All right, in compliance with Chapter 551, Open Meetings of the Texas Government Code, I call to order an information session of the Board of Trustees of the Austin Independent School District for Thursday, November 9th, 2023 at 6:11 p.m. A quorum of the board is physically present at the AISD Central Office to conduct this meeting. This meeting is streaming live on AISD TV and Apple TV. It's also being broadcast on cable channel 22 through Spectrum, Astound Broadband, and on channel 99 through AT&T Uverse. Closed captioning in English is available on these platforms for individuals who are deaf or hard of hearing. So welcome and thank you for joining us. We apologize for the delay. We had a little bit of technical difficulties, and I believe we are working on getting the Facebook feed up and running. So that will be up and running as soon as they can get it. So I do want to mention that you see the trustees that are here, and we also have Trustee Kaufman joining us on Zoom. So next is an opportunity for the public to share comments with the board. This time allows speakers to comment publicly on any topic of their choosing. We have time for up to 60 speakers, and as a reminder, the district continues to provide time during the regular voting meetings of the board to hear from the public about agenda items for consideration and vote. We have members of the public wishing to participate in public comment called a dedicated AISD phone line in advance of the meeting to audio record their remarks. So I believe we only have one person who called in this time. So at this time, we will now play the recorded message for public comment.
This is Sharon Bain, AISD parent and inclusive calendar devotee. In January, the administration came before this board to add holidays to the calendar that reflect the diversity of our families. When concerns were raised about a conflict between Yom Kippur and school conferences that affected Jewish elementary families and educators, the administration promised to consider improvements in the 2024-25 calendar. Yet the two options before the public do not improve inclusion, nor do they even sustain this year's inclusion. Diwali is gone, and a Jewish high holiday is only on option B. Committee members raised these issues and were told that edits were not possible. However, Good Friday suddenly appeared in the final round of choices. The message this sends is that these holidays are only observed when it's convenient, and there is not a true commitment to including them. Also, the elementary school conferences are still scheduled on the day denoted for Rosh Hashanah in option B. Please go back to the drawing board. Thank you.
All right, so this concludes public comment. Trustees, are there any questions or clarifications? So I do have a question. I did want to just ask if there was going to be any further development on the calendar to address some of the issues we heard.
So this is Matthias, interim superintendent. I'm used to doing that when I'm on the diet down there. So we absolutely can. I know we've gotten a couple emails about this as well. As Jacob and I have talked, as well as I'll meet with Dr. Gloria Williams, we can see kind of what feedback has come in, also receive any additional feedback from the board if they want to send it over, and then make any final adjustments and see if that meets the expectations. But we still have an opportunity to do it. But again, we went through a process, want to make sure that we understand why that process was used, and then take any last feedback and make adjustments if needed.
Thank you. Thanks. Trustee Kaufman?
I just want to clarify, when would the calendar come to the board for approval or consideration?
December board meeting. Trustee Kaufman, it'll be the
So I really would like to get further clarification on what process was followed and how the concerns that were addressed last year, how those were considered in the planning for this year before we have that vote.
So perhaps what we can do is provide it, maybe a framework or the details of it in the board update, and then receive any questions from the board, and then take the next steps and kind of prepare for the December board meeting.
All right. Thank you. Oh, yes. Trustee Boswell.
I'd also love, I can't remember for sure, but I think in my mind, I remember a resolution. I know we did one about voting and safety on Election Day, and I can't remember if we did one about holidays, but if we did, I would love a copy of that, please. We did not. Okay, thank you.
Appreciate that. Any other trustees? All right. So next up, we have the President's Report. So first, we want to remind our students and families that enrollment for the 2024-25 school year is already open. Yay! It is never too early to register for next year, and AISD has an option for everyone, including our wonderful neighborhood schools, our application-based programs, special programs, and of course, 3-year-old and 4-year-old pre-K. So you can find additional information, including our school finder, general and priority deadlines, information on application-based programs on our new website at austinisd.org/enroll, or by calling our dedicated phone line at 512-414-SEAT, S-E-A-T, or I'll repeat all the numbers, 512-414-7328. So we would like to acknowledge many important holidays and cultural recognitions occurring this week. Actually, this month is National Native American Heritage Month, which honors the histories and traditions of our Native and Indigenous communities. This Saturday is also Veterans Day, which honors those who served in the military, including many of our current staff and former students. And this Sunday is Diwali, which is the Hindu festival of lights, which celebrates the victory of light over darkness, good over evil, and knowledge over ignorance. So to all those who celebrate Sal Mubarak and Shubh Diwali. Thank you. I also want to mention that as part of the agreed order with the Texas Education Agency, the agreement requires that the board shall, at the first board-authorized public meeting each month, publicly report by reading into the record the percentage of time invested in student outcomes during the prior 3-month time period and the total time spent in closed session during the prior month. We started calculating minutes in October. We will not start the 3-month average until January. So for the month of October, we spent 501 minutes in open session, non-legally required portions, and 274 minutes in student outcomes and special education monitoring for a percentage of 54.7%. The board spent 223 minutes in closed and executive sessions. Thank you. All right, so our next item is part of our commitment to discuss the student achievement on scorecard items 2.1 through 3.2, third grade fall map reading and math. So Mr. Segura, would you please introduce our next item?
Absolutely, President Singh, I'd love to do that. I'd like to introduce Ms. Patty Rodriguez, Deputy Superintendent of Teaching, Learning, and Leading, Ms. Lakeisha Drinks, Assistant Superintendent of Elementary Elementary Leadership, Dr. Marianne Maxwell, Assistant Superintendent of Elementary Academics, and Mr. Dylan Feenan, Director of Campus and District Accountability, to share tonight's scorecard presentation on scorecard goals 2.1 through 3.2 from the beginning of the year. All right, team, y'all have the floor.
I don't know how to make this present. Can you show us how to present that? Thank you. Oh, that guy down there.
I've never seen it.
I'm starting. Okay, good evening. My name is Dylan Finan. Today we're going to look at scorecard goals 2 and 3. Oh, the microphone, sorry. So tonight we're going to look at scorecard goals 2 and 3. To start off, we're just going to talk about the MAP growth assessment, and the reason being is this is how we progress monitor scorecard goals 2 and 3. So we're just going to get a brief understanding of what this assessment is, since that's how we progress monitor these particular goals. MAP growth is a universal screener that provides guidance for instructional supports for students. It's adaptive, which means the test adjusts as the students take it. And what that means is if a student gets a particular question wrong, they might get an easier question in that next question. And if they get the question right, the next question might be more difficult. What this means is that there's a potential for every student to take a totally different test. It's a measure of student growth over time, and it's also connected to digital learning resources that can provide interventions for the student, targeted interventions based on how they performed on the test. What Map Growth is not, is it's not limited to grade level content. And what that means is that if you have a second grader taking a math assessment and they're doing really well, they might actually get questions on third or fourth grade content if they're doing really well. So it's not an indicator of that particular curriculum related to the grade they're in. And that's also an important consideration when we're looking at this data. So we'll just briefly review the goals real quick. Goal 2 is pertaining to reading, and goal 3 is pertaining to math. So goal 2 says that it's the percentage of third grade students experiencing poverty achieving meets grade level on the STAR reading assessment will increase from 34% in school year 2018-19 to 60% in school year 2025-26. When we look at last year's STAR results, that's in the third column there. We had about 29% of third graders experiencing poverty that were at meets grade level or above. Our goal for last year was 31%. So we were shy of that goal by 2 percentage points. And goal 3 is the same thing, except instead of looking at reading, it's looking at performance on the math assessment. And if we look at the data there, last year we had about 23% of third graders experiencing poverty at meets grade level or higher. And our goal for last year was 27%, so we were shy of that goal by about 4 percentage points. Our targets for this year in reading are 39%, which means we need to increase by 10 percentage points over the course of the year from where we did last year. And our goal for mathematics is 36% of students at meets grade level or higher. If we look at how we progress monitor this over the course of this year, we progress monitor it using what are called GPMs. GPM 2.1 and 2.2 are focused on reading performance. And we progress monitor this by looking at African American students experiencing poverty and Hispanic students experiencing poverty. So when we look at reading in particular, we had about, let me start back, sorry. We use Map Growth to do this, and we use a metric called STAR Projected Proficiency. And what that means is that when students took the Boy assessment at the beginning of the year, whatever score they got, MAP said, based on this score, we think that their performance on STAR will be this, whether it's approaches, meets, masters, or something. So they made a projection of what they think that student's score will be on STAR at the end of the year, based on their score on the Boy assessment. And so what I'm showing you here is what percentage of those projections are at meets grade level or higher. So if we look at African American students experiencing poverty in reading, those projections say that we have 16% of those students projected to be at meets grade level or higher by the end of the year. And when we look at Hispanic students experiencing poverty, those projections say that we are about 22% of Hispanic students experiencing poverty in third grade are going to be at meets grade level or higher by the end of the school year when they take the STAR assessment. Now for 3.1, it's looking at the same thing, but once again for mathematics. And what we saw is for African American students experiencing poverty in third grade, we have 6% of those students projected to be at meets grade level or higher when they take STAR at the end of the year. And when we look at Hispanic students experiencing poverty, 10% of them are projected to be at meets grade level or higher by the end of the year. One important emphasis here is this is the beginning of the year assessment. So this is baseline data. These goals that we set in the column there, school year 23-24 target of 40%, 39, 34, that's where we hope they will be when they take the end of the year assessment. So our results now are for this baseline data at the beginning of the year, and we're hoping we see growth over the course of the year in terms of how those students are projected to do when they take STAR at the end of the year. And as I move on, just so you know, when you see the colors there in coral for African American and that seafoam blue for Hispanic, those colors will be the same in the following illustrations we use. So when you see that red, it's associated with African American. When you see the blue, it's associated with Hispanics. So this graphic is going to be helpful for us to make some comparisons about that data we just talked about and put it in context of both the third grade population as a whole, which is the pie chart at the top, and then their peers who are not experiencing poverty, which is the bar chart on the bottom left. So I'll take a moment to just explain what's here, and then we'll talk about some of those comparisons. So this is looking at GPMs 2.1 and 2.2, which is just reading. So this whole graphic is only focused on reading. Like I said, the pie chart at the top is looking at the third grade population as a whole as sort of our control or comparison group. On the bottom right, that set of bar charts there, that is our GPM goals. So those are all our racial and ethnic groups that are experiencing poverty. That looks at that subset of that population. And to the left, you're looking at the racial or ethnic groups broken up who are not experiencing poverty. So we can look at how they're performing compared to their peers who are not experiencing poverty. The green bars represent meets grade level, which are our goals for these GPMs. So those green bars you're seeing there are really what we're talking about. And that green trend line is the goal that we want to be at. So we want all those green bars to be up at that green dotted line, ideally, if we're meeting our goals. So we'll start just by talking about the African American population experiencing poverty. And what we saw was 16% of them are projected to be at meets grade level or above, which is below our targeted goal. They're about 33% below the third grade population as a whole, because the third grade population as a whole, we have about 49.4% of them that are projected to be at meets grade level or higher. And when you look at their peers who are not experiencing poverty, we're 18 percentage points below their peers who are not experiencing poverty. When we look at that same analysis for Hispanics, we see that they have 22% of them are projected to be at meets grade level or above, which is about 47% below the third grade population as a whole. And when we compare that to their peers who are not experiencing poverty, they're about 34% below their peers that are not experiencing poverty. So what we're going to do is do this same analysis for mathematics. So when we look at math, the first thing I'd like to point out is at the top, when we look at the third grade population as a whole in math, we have 33.6% of them projected to be at meets grade level or below at the end or above at the end of the year. What's interesting is this group is barely meeting the target of 34% and 35% that we set for these traditionally underserved groups in our district. So that means math in general, we're just at that line for everybody. Not to mention these traditionally underserved groups that we're looking at as part of this GPM. So when we go down and look at the African American group who are experiencing poverty, we had 6% of them projected to be at meets grade level or above by the end of the year. This is 28 percentage points below the third grade population as a whole, and about 15 percentage points below their peers who are not experiencing poverty. Another important point to look at here is the African American group that's not experiencing poverty is not meeting this goal as well in this beginning of the year assessment. If we look at the Hispanic group experiencing poverty, we had 10% of them projected to be at meets grade level or below by the end of when they take STAR. That's 23 percentage points below the population as a whole, and that's also 23 percentage points below their peers who are not experiencing poverty. And now that we've looked at this in terms of percentages, that gives us some good information, but it's also important to think of these percentages in terms of the number of students. Like, what does this mean in terms of number of students? And so the next slide is going to summarize that. So if we look at this next slide, I'm just going to take a moment to explain why it's set up this way, and then we'll look at some of the details. So you'll see in red we have African American students, third grade, experiencing poverty, and we're looking at reading and math underneath there. And then we also, on the right, we have Hispanic students in third grade experiencing poverty, their reading and math results. What I'm going to do is take a moment to walk you through the reading example for African Americans and the reading example for Hispanics, and then I'll give you a chance to look at the math results on your own. So if we start with African American students experiencing poverty, we evaluated 237 English tests. And then we also evaluated 241 English and Spanish tests combined. And what I mean there is that 237 on the left is included in that 241, and we had 4 additional African American students who had Spanish tests that we evaluated. And so overall, 16% of those tests were projected to be at meets grade level or above. What that correlates to is we had 39 students projected to be at meets grade level or above in reading for African American students that were experiencing poverty in third grade. Now, when we look at how many students we are away from the target, if we're looking at English testing only, we're 56 students away from meeting the target, which was 40%, if you remember from when we talked earlier. And if you look at English and Spanish testers combined, we're 58 students away from that 40% target. And the bottom line shows you the total number of students we need to meet the target of 40%. Now, if we look at that same information in terms of Hispanics for reading, so I'm jumping over to Hispanics in the reading, the 2 columns there, we had 1,155 English tests we evaluated and 1,982 English and Spanish tests combined that we evaluated. For English-only tests, we had 22% of them projected to be at meets grade level or above, which correlates to 250 students at meets grade level or above who tested in English. And if we look at English and Spanish tests combined, there was 21% of them that were projected to be at meets grade level or higher, and that correlates to 407 students that are projected to be at meets grade level and higher for both English and Spanish testers combined. In terms of how far we are away from the target, for English tests only, we're 201 students away from that target. For English and Spanish tests combined, we're 366 students away from that target. And once again, the bottom row tells you the total number of students that's needed. For Hispanics, the target was 39%, 1% below what it was for African Americans. So now that I've explained that, I'll give you a moment to check out the math results, look at that real quick, and then we'll move on. Okay, so next what I'm going to do is just cover a couple considerations we need to take into account in terms of this data analysis. Once again, this was based on STAR projected proficiency. Like I said, these results we looked at, which means Map Growth gave us a projected proficiency of what they think students are going to get on STAR at the end of the year based on how they performed on that beginning of the year assessment, that baseline assessment. Now, their alignment study for this is based on the 2017 alignment study, which is actually the old STAR exam. So this is based on old STAR, not our new STAR exam that rolled out last year. NWA, which is the company that runs Map Growth, has said they're doing a new alignment study, and for our middle of the year or winter testing event, this will be aligned with new STAR. So the next round of data you see related to this will be an alignment study where that projected proficiency is based on the new STAR assessment. Also, we've presented 1 score per student. So what you've seen is 1 score per student represented. And what that means is we have a lot of students in our district for reading, for example, that take both the Spanish version and the English version. And what we do is we look at what the percentile rank is, and the lowest percentile rank on that test, we drop that result. And so you're only seeing one of those results in this particular analysis. And the reason being is that this goal is related to STAR assessment. So that's what the state does. They get 1 result in reading in English or Spanish, and they pool those to determine what it is. And that's what this goal is looking at, is 1 result per student. The ECD numbers that you're seeing here are not correct because our ECD hasn't been finalized yet. So we know that that's going to change moving forward. Once we get a finalized ECD number based on our PEIMS records, we'll retroactively update the data that's in this presentation and in the scorecard monitoring report. But you could expect that to change.
Good evening, President Singh, Interim Superintendent Segura, and Board of Trustees. It's a pleasure to be here with you tonight, and may I say it's been a great first few weeks with Austin ISD. So we have our next slide here. What we wanted to do internally is really take a look at our baseline data for this year and see where we were at this time last year and see if there was a change in the trajectory of our students last year from beginning of year to end of year. Just to inform ourselves, I know that's not part of the goal progress measure, but it's just to help inform ourselves, would there be a change in the data that we could expect, and if so, what would that change be? So we can see there's some more changes as we go through the year in math than there are for reading. Some of them for the reading scores really only varied within 2% from the beginning of the year to end of year. And but the math results had anywhere between an 8 and 16% increase, which should not be confused with growth, because their growth measure is much higher. But this is really a measure of whether or not we change the trajectory of these students from the beginning of year to be at proficiency for meets, to whether or not they were able to do that at the end of the year. So this represents a significant amount of change and growth in those students. However, if we stayed on the same trajectory this year, we will not meet our target by the end of this year too. So we've dedicated some time tonight to really talk about some of the things that have already begun to be implemented. And I know that the administration presented some things to you all in August about some things that would be implemented for the 23-24 school year. And then we also have some additional things that we really are trying to implement now that, especially after middle of year results come in, that will help with some more immediate effect. Because really what we want to do, especially for our underserved populations, is to see exponential growth in meeting proficiency. So some of the things, there were quite a few things that are being implemented this year, but we wanted to highlight some of the more critical areas, one of them being fidelity of MAP testing. We want to make sure that when we have this data and we're responding to this data, that it is as good as it can possibly be on as many students as we have. So some of the things that were put into place this year, we learned from testing last year. And worked very closely, especially our executive directors, worked very closely with campuses to implement assessment plans, make sure that timing was good, that the students were receiving the support that they needed, and that plans were strong going into. So we did see an increase from 95.5% to 97%, and we're going to continue to look for even more increases as we go through the year on that. Additionally, we've purchased a few things this year that we believe are very directly tied and easy for teachers to implement, which are Waggle and MAP Accelerator. These are two programs that work specifically with NWEA. You can import student data into these programs from every time that they have a testing event, and you can, from that data that's imported, very quickly personalize a learning path for each student. So it takes those MAP scores, it puts them on a personalized plan, it has some instruction and lessons, but it also has some gamified things for students to be able to work on in both language arts and in math. So we're rolling that out at the beginning of the year this year and working on training on that. Both the next categories are for reading language arts and math quality, high quality instructional materials implementation. So we've begun that with HMH into reading and Arriba la Lectura, and the monitoring classroom implementation. We've actually completed more than this at this time, but we have to submit some numbers for the board a few weeks ahead of time. So we have hundreds of campus visits and walkthroughs that have happened. At this point, with anywhere between 75 to 80% implementation of the curriculum. That's just one of the things. These are academic coaching specialists at the district level that are going out to campuses, visiting classrooms. It's one of the things they're looking for, but these are the people that have worked with our instructional materials and have written our curriculum as well. So they look for evidence of implementation of that curriculum. So these are the people that know it very well, and then we take that data that we get back, and then we look at it to see, okay, which campuses could use more support, how can we go and coach certain campuses, work with the administrators on those campuses to make sure the materials are there, that teachers understand them. In addition, for math, we've purchased STEMscopes Math this year, which STEMscopes is a quality resource. We've had it in science more recently as well, a little bit longer than the math. So we focused on delivery of those materials over the first few weeks, really, of campuses, making sure that they have what they need and that we're supplementing where they need some more orders. Most of our time on this with STEMscopes too has been, there's an emphasis on using manipulatives, and then helping teachers with planning support. I'm sure we all know manipulatives took a hard turn during COVID, and so with turnover of teachers as well, we have some staff that either haven't used them in a long time, or they just need more training on when to use them effectively, what they look like in the classroom, how you can use manipulatives to support really early learning in math, and then just planning support with our teachers on how to use the new program. So that kind of leads us into professional learning as well. We've started what we call just-in-time sessions. We've had more than 13 by now, and hundreds of teachers, instructional coaches, and then some principals and assistant principals who have attended these sessions, and they were anywhere from 3 hours to 6 hours long, so they can be all day. We've had representatives from lots of campuses. We've gotten a lot of great feedback as we've gone out and visited campuses too on this kind of training. And this is curriculum-based professional learning. So teachers come in, instructional coaches come in, they get the opportunity to actually work with the materials. It's for the chunk of 9 weeks that are coming up in instruction, so it's very relevant to what they're about to teach. It's on it's across content areas, and so they can choose different team members to go to different sessions and take that learning back to campus. But they actually have time to use manipulatives and dig into the curriculum so that they feel confident and even experience some of the labs and things like that from the student perspective, so they understand what it's like to learn it and really use the materials. So we've had those personalized coaching sections from HMH. Over almost 40 campuses have taken advantage of that. This is a vendor option where they can come out to the campuses for a full day, and campuses get to tell them ahead of time, this is where we are in implementation, and this is exactly what we need in our professional development. And so they come out and tailor those sessions. They can have it with the whole staff. They can roll it through PLCs all day, so it's a smaller group for learning, and it can be per grade level. So they've enjoyed that as well. And then STEM Scopes training for teachers and principals, which I've mentioned. And then we're in the middle of the construction of a trainer model for STEM Scopes math. We do need more training on that as a new resource and rolling out later. We do need what we want to do is really build campus expertise in this area. And so if we can have a trainer models, then the people who have worked closely with this curriculum and have developed these materials and developed our curriculum around it can really train and build up campus expertise so that they can begin to roll teachers through and other staff members who are involved in instruction. So these are some pictures of our just-in-time sessions. We wanted to share these and the great feedback that we've had. And so the first on the top left, we have MET and Humanities co-presenting. They are co-presenting because they have a joint effort in writing the curriculum together, so that when we write the curriculum from the beginning, we're doing it from the viewpoint of multilingual rather than monolingual. And so what they've done here is they presented these sessions together to teachers so that we can support teachers co-planning on campuses when they go back and really see how the curriculum how the curricula are really connected. On the sort of top right, we have CLI strategies integrated into K2 language arts just-in-time sessions. So these creative learning initiative strategies are very impactful strategies, especially when they're connected to curriculum and they're connected to standards and some of our readiness standards. These are, as you can see, an opportunity for teachers to really get into manipulatives and see what it's like for students to do that. These strategies really help learning stick for students. And so we wanted to incorporate those into the just-in-times. And then on the bottom left and right are a couple of pictures of our STEM sessions, and you can see teachers already getting into their planning together, and then, of course, using those math manipulatives, getting comfortable with them so that they're ready to take them back to class.
And so next, we'd like to share some highlights from some of our campus visits. So since the first week of school, I have been very intentional about visiting our elementary campuses. My goal was to visit every campus by the end of the semester. I am going to be very close to my goal. I'll get about 70 visits in before December. And for one of the reasons that I do that is because the learning of our students has to be personal for each of us. If you look at our number of African American students in third grade, our numbers in general are very small. So someone on every campus, actually more than one person, should know this group of students. all of our African-American students because, again, relative to the size of the district, it is very small. And so as I walk and talk with the principals, that's what the visit looks like. We visit classrooms. We don't sit in the office. We walk and talk. What do you need? What's going well? And then I do ask very granular questions about the data. So even for a campus that has data where most of their students are reaching meets, we do talk about the student groups. And so how are these groups of students doing? Because it is very important in every capacity of this organization, we call out the numbers that we are presenting. We can't move it if we don't talk about it. And so there are great things happening on campuses that we capture so that we can share with other campuses. The first image that we have is a binder on the foundations of literacy that we found at Hart Elementary. One of the great things about this is it's actually in the classroom of one of our novice teachers, so a first-year teacher in 4th grade at Hart Elementary. And another piece that is special is not only is she novice, but she's found a way to provide instruction around foundational literacy skills in a way that are age appropriate for the student. And so they are learning, some of the early elementary skills, but there is no embarrassment or shame about it in the way that she is delivering it. The picture at the bottom, if you look closely, you may wonder the age of these elementary students. And in fact, they are not elementary students. Those are parents at Lee Lewis Campbell Elementary Media and Performing Arts Academy. And so a few weeks ago, they brought in their parents, walked the parents through the school day, including the materials that they use with the students and resources, and talked about how these materials can be utilized at home and other family-friendly ways that parents can support the students. And then you'll see in the middle, this is a bridge wall from Jocelyn Elementary. One thing that we have been focused on is really utilizing our students' language strengths in order to build their areas of growth. And so we have worked with Dr. Esquero on some strategies for identifying similarities and differences in language in order to systematically build the other language. What we've seen in recent months since implementing the bridge as a district, actually years, is that we were using the walls mostly for cognates. But there is a lot more that we can leverage using this instructional practice. And then the last group of pictures is from Norman Sims Elementary. Something special about this picture is if you notice, all of the students are working in groups. They're collaborating. Again, that's a transition that we are still working very hard at as we, have come out of the pandemic, is going back to best practices, using manipulatives, having students practice listening, speaking skills with one another in the small groups. And then you'll also see a teacher leading small group instruction. And so again, as I mentioned earlier, our work has to be very individualized. And so we are really meeting campuses where they are with a specific focus on our campuses that serve a large majority of our marginalized students. And so our campus and district accountability department has supported campuses with digging into their data and really tracking their students and looking at the outcomes in comparison to what's happening in classrooms. Our campuses that aren't experiencing high levels of academic achievement or growth, we know they experienced a large number of vacancies over the last couple of years. And we've made great strides in filling those vacancies, but what that means is that they now have a large number of novice teachers. And so again, we celebrate that we do have teachers in the classrooms, but we recognize the responsibility of building the capacity of those teachers. And so our academic coaching specialists and members of our MET team are working very closely supporting teachers during planning. And then the executive directors are supporting our campus principals as they implement the resources, as they use campus assessments and data to provide feedback to teachers for their growth. And then our academics team is supporting campuses, again, with our just-in-time trainings, with helping campuses create common formative assessments at the campus level, and using our School City platform as they facilitate professional learning communities.
So I mentioned earlier, we have some long-range planning, and then we also have some short-term targets that we want to hit. And so as far as our long-range planning goes, some of the things that we are working on right now that really speak to this third grade outcome are early literacy and early numeracy frameworks. Early literacy has had a lot of attention in the last few years, and many districts have seen early numeracy need some attention now too, moving forward. And so we really want to pay attention to both of those, particularly our early literacy framework I can talk about with the collaboration we have with the Texas Urban Council. We had the opportunity to spend last weekend in working sessions with them on quite a few important topics. One of them was early literacy frameworks. And so we had the opportunity to get together with our assistant superintendent and chief team and really look at where we are with this, do some self-reflection and evaluation of where we need to go next. And that was a great time for us to be together and to really think through what we have, but what we need to do. And you'll hear me talk a lot about these early literacy and early numeracy frameworks because both of them will involve very explicit and systematic instruction. Without that, we will not be able to change the underserved populations of students in the most effective way. Some of that is with high quality instructional materials. Some of that is with the best practices that my partner, Ms. Drinks, spoke of as far as knowing when and how to conduct small group sessions that are really responsive to data. So it's really important that we roll those out. They're very comprehensive frameworks. We're also working with a model for center schools. We have a grant through TEA that allows us to do that. They're training right now some of our academic coaching specialists, actually all of our academic coaching specialists on research-based instructional strategies. And from after that, we'll start working with them too to help facilitate us at the district level of what our long-term vision and framework needs to look like for early literacy. And that's a very comprehensive framework. So it involves district level leadership and what we believe and how we will lead it and what we know about early literacy. It involves how we will define universal instruction, how we will define intervention instruction, how we will engage community and family members in early literacy. And so we want to repeat a very similar process with early numeracy as well. And then I'm thankful that we have elementary focused staffing and that the district has had the foresight to establish that, not just personally for me and being able to come here to Austin ISD, but I'm excited to help build a team and build out a team with Ms. Drinks as well, so that we can get out, visit schools that are elementary and really see what's happening, and then also have people that are just elementary focused so they can respond to what we're seeing in the data at the district level. We should always have that response at the district level to see how we're supporting our campuses to make change on campuses. So some of the things too, we've been looking at GPMs a little bit differently, not necessarily the GPMs that the board has at this time. I know that the district is going through a process for that, but how are we internally monitoring our progress measures toward that third grade goal? It's very difficult to do that just in third grade. And so we really want to start looking at pre-K through second grade data. Circle data is rich, and there is a lot that we can learn from it. MAP data is also rich, and we're looking at that and some other opportunities that we can use the MAP data for in some of those reports. But really, we need to know what's happening in pre-K through second grade, because if we're not intervening early in response to the data at those levels, it's really difficult to put it on the shoulders and just look at third grade data. So we definitely have started partnering with the CDA department on what would those measures be that would tell us the most that we need, not just at the district level, but at the campus response level, and how we can monitor that year over year to see if our system is making the improvements that we want it to.
And then we do have our short-term targets. As mentioned before, we definitely have some opportunities for stronger implementation with MAP growth, which looks like testing students in smaller groups so that we're able to ensure that we are actually measuring their literacy skills and not necessarily their technology skills. That's a challenge with testing students on devices. We are also planning for an intentional focus on using data reports for instructional responses. So really drilling down to the classroom level and helping teachers to understand what each piece of data means for the specific students in their classroom. And then giving some instructional recommendations through our campus leadership, our academic coaching specialists, the MET team, all of us that visit classrooms and campuses on a regular basis. And then also making sure that we are supporting the use of our adopted resources. That was the first step, making sure that every teacher had the HMH materials, making sure that we had STEM scopes for math. And so now we have to support our instructional staff in implementing these programs in their classroom. And then we are actually focused this year on making our campus improvement plans living documents. And so after campus instructional leadership teams review their data, really going back to our improvement plan and making sure that our actions and our resources align with the data that we are seeing through map growth and panorama and our other measurements of data. Okay. And that is our presentation, and we will take any questions.
Thank you. Appreciate that. All right, so trustees, so now is the time for us to ask questions on the current vision. Our goal tonight is monitoring and ensuring that our reality matches the vision presented. So when asking questions, we should try to focus on the data presented. That's why I had to get my reading glasses on to be able to read all this good data, the thorough data that's here, and asking questions about who, what, why, and how. And so with our new practices, to just go down the line, we'll start with Trustee Whitley Chu and just kind of go on down. And you don't have to speak if you don't want to.
I got really excited when you were talking about early literacy and early numeracy. And I feel like this is probably a question for a different group, because y'all are, into the kids we have now. And I'm curious, when we're talking about that pre-K group, of what percentage of our population who's within the boundaries that are pre-K eligible are in pre-K in Austin ISD, because we know these third grade scores aren't built in third grade, like y'all, like you're saying. We're working on it.
Well, this team wouldn't be able to
I was saying, this is not, because
that'd be a different
they're
team, but
getting us the
I can
curriculum,
provide that
so-
information certainly to the board.
Thank you. That's just the top of mind question I had right now. So thanks, guys.
Comment? Thank you for the reminder. Gosh, I guess my question will be around early numeracy. Again, I'm glad that we're kind of calling that out and spotlighting it. In thinking about all the budget process things that we'll be working on going forward, are there any things that come to mind, whether budgetary or not? Are there things that we can do to support the short and long-term goals that y'all have shared with us? Anything else, technology-wise, resource-wise? Yeah.
So we are, thank you for that question. I appreciate that. So we are in discussions about all of that. And before we even get to that point, what we're really trying to establish first is a shared vision. That has to be what we establish first, and then coming up with our why before we even build out those frameworks. Once we get into the weeds of the work with the framework, we most definitely will look at what are some of the resources, that we could possibly be utilizing. But really, right now, in the stages that we're at, we're really just concentrating on norming everybody on one shared vision, and then really taking a look at what is it that we need in our framework, so that what is in our frameworks comes to life into the classroom to really make a difference. But we will definitely keep that in mind.
Yeah, great. Sounds like it's foundational, right? Like, do we know where we're headed? Are we headed there? And then add the other pieces. And I think I really appreciate the mention of just the reality of staffing turnover and novice teachers. I'm also going to steal that word novice. I'm like, that's what you call early career people. I was having this conversation in my job, so novice. I'm calling everybody novice. anyways, back to the point. I appreciate that call out, and just curious to see, as y'all are visiting campuses, are there any aha moments that some of those novice teachers are having, and even really bi-directionally, right? Like some of the more seasoned staff are teaching novice, but also novice are teaching seasoned staff. So just kind of curious to see what y'all are observing.
Right. So novice, it looks a few different ways, right? Like right now. So we have novice teachers that have gone through teaching programs. We have novice teachers that were not in education, before this year. And so there are different entry points. And we are just really working on, again, meeting each group where they are. But I do think it's worth mentioning with the science of reading, that's new for a lot of us, right? So not just our novice teachers. We, came up under a balanced literacy model. And so, now that leads to more teachers that need to be trained on, the science of reading. And so I really do think that in this year, that is our greatest lift. Dr. Maxwell and I, again, we've visited classrooms since she's, been here, and it's just been really great. But it is abundantly clear that we have to have some supports for our teachers. What I do see with campuses that have had a significant amount of turnover, but their students are still showing growth, is that they have campus supports. And so some of them have additional curriculum intervention staff that can go in and help teachers. Some of them have mentor coaches through our talent strategy team. And so right now, I just think, as we do plan and as you guys are asking for recommendations regarding our upcoming budget, we just really can't put enough resources into supporting our teachers that are in the classroom, because there's a lot of newness for everyone. Again, we mentioned STEM Scopes Math. That's new this year. Really focusing in on HMH, like in ways that we haven't in the past. That's new this year. We'll have a new science adoption next year. Mm-hmm. And so there's a lot of newness, and with that, there are a lot of opportunities to grow our teachers, because that's the best way to keep them. Like, every teacher desires to be successful with their students. And when you come day after day and you don't see the growth, is when we start to lose them. And then we're in a cycle of turning teachers over. And it's really the same campuses that are impacted through this process. And so our work is really rallying around those campuses and giving them the first opportunity for just-in-time trainings and all of those, opportunities. They're first, and then we fill the remaining seats with our other campuses.
Great, thank you. Oh my gosh, I had two more questions. This is why I need to write these down. One of them was around the parents that received the information at Campbell. I'd like to hear a little bit more about, what was the outreach, time of day, were there multiple opportunities, that sort of thing. And then also just any, again, observations that y'all or maybe the teachers or principals may have had about that.
So that is just one campus that I highlighted. All of our campuses have some form of outreach. This particular event was in the evening. It was an evening event. I'm going to plug Mr. Moore's Instagram. So he has a whole little commercial where he's ordering his dinner and inviting staff to come out. I think it was the first day that it got cold a few weeks ago. And so it was an evening opportunity, but there are daytime opportunities through work with the parent support specialist, through parent coffees. So different times based on the parent schedules for them to get that information. I highlighted Campbell because I thought it was a great opportunity. But again, Mr. Moore's Instagram worked, it caught my attention. And so I learned more about their event.
Okay, that's awesome. And I think that's probably true for some parents too, right? We might stumble upon it. Same thing for Instagram. I know I follow some elementaries on Instagram and TikTok. And so I love that real world story. And yeah, I would just be kind of interested to see uptake and parental engagement. And I'm also thinking about, right, the usual thing, right? Press for time. You want your kids to do well. You have to pay all of those things. And so, maybe there's also a way for the parents to then share that with other parents, right? Just word of mouth. So, and I had another question, but let me remember it. I'll write it down and I may do.
Thank you. Thank you all so much for the information, the presentation, the new things. Really appreciate lots of what was here tonight. So it helps things come into focus and understand the work. So I appreciate that. I also want to start with another appreciation. Huge thank you for putting the number of students in the data. We talk about trends and abstractions and percentages, and we know we're talking about students, but it distances that from us. And having that number just is a really important reminder that we are talking about individual children. And so I really just want to share that appreciation and hope that that is a new feature as we work to kind of retool these reports. So really appreciate that. And really want to go again, I know we've talked a lot since the pandemic of the gaps in math. And kind of what we see and why, and want to know if there's any new learning about kind of why we're seeing those bigger gaps in math that I think at first we were told, oh, we just need to fill in some gaps. They'll leap forward once those gaps are filled, and that's obviously not what we're seeing yet. So I would really love kind of your latest thinking on what you're seeing and whether you're seeing bright spots where it is being done and is kind of leaping forward like people thought it might.
Start and then you can kick off. So thank you for that question. You know, I've reflected a lot on the way instruction is today, and I was having a conversation with a principal and I said, you know what, a lot of us weren't even taught that way. We didn't even teach in that way. And so it really is a different way of teaching. I'm also going to really lay out the importance of internalizing a lesson for teachers. Not just for novice teachers, but for all of our teachers who are really looking at the different applications and concepts and steps for math and really understanding how do you go about doing that. And then also trying to support our teachers with those teacher moves. All of that together, I think, is very challenging. And it's not just for our novice teachers, it's for everyone. I'm gonna let you add a little bit more to that.
Yeah, and I think as Ms. Drink spoke about novice teachers, it is true that, you know, yesterday they were a psychologist and today they're a teacher, which probably helps in a lot of ways, but doesn't necessarily give you the content knowledge. And math is different than it was when we went to school. And so a lot of that conceptual math and the way that they learn it and really attack their thinking in math is very different. And so teaching that is very, very new. And I do think it comes on the heels as well of a strong focus on early literacy. And I do believe early literacy is a key for our students, but it over time, it will come at the cost of math if we don't start paying attention to math.
Thank you all for that. And I'll use my a moment to say I really hope that we have some community support for early numeracy in the same way we have our Greater Austin Reading Coalition through the United Way. I think we have such a tech-focused, math-loving community that we have some really fantastic opportunities, and if there's anything the board can do to support exploring that, I think we're available for that. Thank you. I have a question about that growth and projected proficiency slide, and I'd love to go a little more deeply into kind of what you were looking for and what you found in that, because I found it was an interesting way to look at our data year over year, and we haven't, like you said, we haven't done that, and would really, yes, and would love to know more about, you know, kind of how you did it and what you found and what you're taking away from that.
I specifically asked for this look in the data, and what I really would like to do as well is a more longitudinal look at this, because this is actually comparing two different cohorts of students. So when you only do that for 1 year, you don't get a deep enough look at whether or not your system is improving. And so over time, I would like to continue to look for us to look at beginning of year every year so that we can see if we are making advancements in pre-K2, we should see every year a little bit better look at third grade. And so that's really what the intention of that was. And then just to see if we I wouldn't call this like a historical look, just looking at last year, but just to see, okay, and this is part of me getting to know the system as well. What did we do last year? What trajectory were our students on? And if we stayed on that trajectory, would we make our target? So I needed to know that information as well.
Thank you. Appreciate that. And I have a bit of a follow-up to Trustee Wilshue's question. Just, are we beginning to look at things like, was there a certified teacher, or was there a substitute teacher, or did these children have access to pre-K, or did they not? Kind of what are we digging deep into all of those things kind of at that individual level to figure out what is making the difference?
I don't have specific numbers, but definitely those are conversations that we're having. And we'd like for them to be deeper conversations and more than just one-offs, right? So we'll have those conversations for maybe a particular vertical team, or maybe certain, campuses where we know that there have been a large amount of vacancies. But most definitely, that would be very useful for us to know. And then again, I go back to why it's so important for us to have that early learning framework, which encompasses all, the social, emotional, our literacy, our math, our the importance of dramatic play. I could go on and on about this, but that's why it's so important for us to do that work. But most definitely, those will be conversations and things that we can dig into to see exactly why some of our students did not make progress.
Okay, that's helpful to know, and hoping that can inform our work with the administration on budget and kind of strategies, so.
Yeah, I think one thing I would add, and Patty, I think it'd be good for you to share this, but, just like last year, we invited a lot of our campuses in, our campus leaders, to have conversations with us around what they're experiencing now. And these campuses represent, primarily Title I campuses that have historically had a lot of vacancies. And, each one of them has a story, right? And each of the things that we're talking about, whether it's vacancies, curriculum, novice teachers, new leadership, plays a role in the overall performance of the school. And so we've learned a lot. We actually just spent 2 days meeting with principals and having conversations. And so a lot of what we're hearing are just themes. Like the novice teacher, that is one thing that we anticipated, but we didn't, I certainly didn't recognize kind of how deep it was going into and permeating into the system. But it's one of those things, you have to ensure that the individuals that you're holding accountable have the resources to be successful. And so we're spending a lot of time there. But we're learning that, and those opportunities allow us to adjust and improve. So it's not any specific thing, but we're seeing themes for sure, and we can certainly share those with the board.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I have another question about that fidelity in testing, and I'd love to know a little more. I think Ms. Drinks, you mentioned that we need to not be testing tech skills, that the tests need to be testing what we really need to do. But I know we've also heard from campuses that kids are exhausted by testing or stressed by testing and blowing off the testing sometimes, and that, fidelity means people taking it seriously but not stressing, and how are we measuring that fidelity? Like, what are we describing as fidelity, and how are we navigating that to make sure the information we're getting is really solid data, and that we're not making decisions based on things that are not as solid as we wish they might be?
Right, and so with the elimination of the short cycle assessments, we really have just map growth, right, to focus on. So that helps with some of the testing fatigue, right? So we are just really at the beginning of the year, other than kindergarten, we only had map growth. But when I speak about fidelity to the test, I think a lot of our campuses were very intentional about having like their kindergarten and first grade students test in small groups. But what we know about students is sometimes you have fifth grade students that need to test in a smaller group so that they are able to focus. And then just to observe, because again, as Dylan mentioned, if the student gets the answer correct, then you move on. If you don't get the answer correct, then sometimes it ends the test. And we have some kids that are smarter than we give them credit for, and you learn pretty quickly. If I start to miss, it's over, right? And so just having smaller groups so that you're aware and you're able to monitor your students and that they're able to give their very best. MapGrowth also has tools such as highlighting and rulers and calculators and all of those things, and we want to make sure that the students are taking advantage of those tools. Those are some of the same tools that they see on STAR. And I mean, honestly, when you're testing a class of 25 fifth graders, whole group, it's hard to monitor those things and make sure that they are happening. And so then sometimes you don't get the most accurate results. Because I can tell you, I have one at home that figured it out very quickly and wasn't necessarily meeting her targets. And then we started to ask, yours too, Trustee Lugo. And so we started to ask questions. And so now, the more that we administer MapGrowth, the more that we learn, not just about data, but about our practice through, test administration. And so that's what I'm speaking about with Fidelity. So not testing them more, but just making sure that the 3 times a year they test gives us credible data.
That is high quality. Thank you very much. Yeah, my kids are older than this, but I know exactly which one of my kids would have figured that out. So yes, thank you. Good. And then I have one other question, which is the slide that showed the English-only testing versus the English and Spanish testing. And I know for a while we were getting the English-only numbers and the Spanish numbers were left out, and that was giving us a very incomplete picture. And so going forward, are we going to disaggregate it like this, or are we just going to put everyone together in English and Spanish and just kind of all the tests? Are we gaining something by separating it out, or should we just look at everybody testing as they test best?
My opinion would be we do the data as it's best aligned to the purpose, aligned with the goal. So in this instance, the goal is we're trying to see how kids are going to perform on STAR at the end of the year. So what do they do with STAR? They take English and Spanish tests, they pool them, and they get a percentage. So if that's what we're looking at, then that's what we should do with this data. So in that sense, in this context, we should be looking at English and Spanish only, because that's most strongly aligned to the goal, in my opinion. And so, yeah, we would need to go goal by goal, and then that decision should be made based on whatever goal we're trying to predict and whatever goal we're progress monitoring.
That makes perfect sense. Thank you for that. Okay, that's it for me for now.
Thank you. So I have a few questions. So it is helpful to look at sort of the absolute scores by campus, and then to also look at the growth. When I look at attachment 4, which is the math beginning of year performance, and I'm just going to focus on that first, because that is where, at least in our last performance report from TEA, that's where we had the red X's, like where we weren't meeting growth. But I noticed, when I looked at the EcoDisc column for all students, I was like, okay, who are the outliers here? Where are we seeing like 80% pass, rates? And it's 2 of our campuses that are probably that serve the wealthiest students. And so, this is kind of like the question. It's like, how do we as a system really address that? I don't know. I mean, I'm hearing things for sure. I am curious to know, though, like how closely the administration is looking at that and using that to inform, budget or whatever it is. Like, how are we going to get, like, how are you all thinking about doing things differently this year, or for next year, really, as we're thinking about our budget for the next year, so that we kind of break this predictable cycle? It's a big question, but
There are lots of ways to answer that. You want to start, Patty?
Absolutely. I'll start with this, and thank you for the question, President Singh. a strong start. We have to have a strong start, and this is exactly why we know that we have to have a shared vision with early learning, because that's where it starts. And then moving beyond that vision and moving then into practices. When I think of how you move decades of students not progressing, we look at things as effective professional development. And I say effective professional development because that professional development has to make a difference. We know that it has to be job embedded, it has to be differentiated, and it has to meet the needs of very, specific campuses. That they have different needs. In addition to that, looking as teaching, learning and leading, looking at an effective coaching cycle as well. Mm-hmm. I know that we have coaching and we're providing feedback, but really looking at it as a system and really developing this vision of that we believe in the growth of everyone, right? Not just our teachers, but the growth of our principals, our assistant principals, and both with that consistent coaching and feedback, differentiated, effective professional development, then that leads to the skillful implementation of the curriculum, of interventions, and teachers experiencing success. But I really do think that it starts with that vision of a strong start first, and really understanding what needs to go into that framework that also encompasses our beliefs in Austin ISD. And I think that that's really going to launch our work where we would be able to see a big difference moving forward.
Thank you.
Yeah, the one thing I would add is, our approach, I think, since we came together many months ago, has been to identify where we continue to have trends and the schools that have historically been underserved continue to be underserved, right? So that's informed your budgeting process, it informed our staffing process, it informed how we modified a curriculum schedule to purchase manipulatives and resources and distribute them to the summer. And then now now we have an increase in staffing, which is great, but now we have to provide the resources to ensure that they are effective or more effective and meet them where they are so that they can meet the needs of our students. And so I think what you're seeing, what I hope that you're beginning to see as we move through this work together, is that it is coming from the resource side, the staffing side, the curriculum side, and it all has to align to move it. But I think what we're seeing is are trends that we've seen in the past, and so we're making decisions now, and we have been for many months to move the work. But yeah, it's threaded throughout the entire organization.
Yeah, I appreciate your talking about all the different pieces, and as I think about Dr. Holly's office and the 7 conditions, that's a helpful lens for me as a trustee to think about this data, and if that, and as we move later into our board monitoring conversations, thinking about how we can get this holistic view of all the pieces, the family engagement, all the other pieces, that Trustee Hunter talks about, so I'm excited to hear about that. On a more positive note, I did look at the growth as well. It is so helpful to see the data presented in this way. I did have a question, though, and I'm sure you said this in the presentation and I missed it. But so in attachment 3, we're looking at that is the percentage of students who met the growth target for 3rd grade reading. But this is based on beginning of year data, right? So what is the growth from? That's attachment 3.
Yeah, this is the percentages, This is the percentage of students that met their individual growth target. So,
Okay.
and it's boy to boy, so MAP
Okay.
growth does fall to fall. So this is based on when they took the assessment at the beginning of last school year
Got it.
compared to now, and
Okay.
what growth is the growth they experienced comparable to their peers across the nation in third grade that had a
Okay.
similar week's worth of instruction?
Okay, so
they
last
look
year's
at weeks of
boy-
instruction, actually, yeah, and it's a comparative value. Like,
Okay.
so did you grow? How did you go compared to all your peers across the nation,
you.
given that
Okay.
weeks of instruction you had over that time period from
That's
boy
good to
boy?
know. And so then this only includes students that have been in the district continuously then, right?
Yes, it would.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, so, thanks for that explanation. So I'm looking at attachment 3. And I wanted to highlight actually, so like Pickle and Pillow did a great job. Like they had 80% of their students, 80% of their economically disadvantaged African-American students meeting the growth target. Okay, they were like the 2 highest campuses. I'm not going to name the other ones, but so don't worry. But you know, I did want to kind of acknowledge them, but also ask you, you know, why? Like, why do those 2 campuses show more growth? What are they doing differently from campuses that maybe only have 30% of their economically disadvantaged African-American students meeting the growth target?
So Dr. Maxwell and I were at Pickle last week or 2 weeks ago. And one thing that that Principal Waters highlighted is that I believe she only has 4 new staff members this year. And so she attributed that a lot to their smooth start to this year. But in addition to that, they have very strong PLCs. So to support the teachers that are new to the campus, she has a very intentional model for looking at student data. And when we say student data, we don't mean that she's giving a multiple choice test every week, but they have student artifacts and they're looking at the growth, and each student has a goal, and they're very intentionally monitoring each student's goal. And so again, when I look at the campuses that have greater growth relative to other campuses with the same demographic, those are the trends that I see, is that they know, each student has a goal, they meet that goal, and then they set a new goal, and then they continue to make progress. But again, the other trend is really teacher support and what it looks like when they pull the teachers together during that professional learning time, and just really being responsive to the needs of the teachers that they have on their campus.
Okay, that's helpful. And then a kind of a similar question, attachment 5, which is the same thing, but it is math. It's related, so that was for reading. So for math, there were, so Blanton had a relatively high percentage of economically disadvantaged African-American students meeting the growth target in math. Do you happen to know why?
Yeah, you see the same best practices across both content areas, right? Like strong instruction, strong teacher support, modeling, a regular coaching cycle, which Ms. Rodriguez mentioned. But I think we've called it out a couple of times. We are not seeing the rapid growth in math in general. I think that allows, the campuses that are seeing it to stand out even more. I think with this round of data, it looks a little better. As we looked over data last year, it really moved along slowly. I think when you look at our end of the year STAR results, you'll see the gaps in math. And I think for me, and Dr. Maxwell and I talk about this when we visit campuses, we really are seeing how important it is to build math concepts using concrete strategies. We were at a couple of campuses today that typically do well. They don't serve large numbers of marginalized students. And even those principals are saying that they're seeing gaps around 4th grade where the students may know the math multiplication facts, but they don't really know the concept or what it means to multiply. And so with that, we really are having to take everyone back to really using Manipulatives 101. Our new STEM Scopes adoption is really great with that. It tells you which manipulative to use. There's a demo for the teacher. And so really that's where our efforts are going into building those strategies.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful to understand. And then I wanted to also look at the emergent bilingual as well. And I was looking specifically at the economically disadvantaged emergent bilingual. And there were several campuses that had over 70% of students who were economically disadvantaged emergent bilingual who were meeting their growth target for third grade math, which I was I was like, oh, that's interesting, because that wasn't necessarily the case with the economically disadvantaged African American students. But, like Norman Sims, Padron, Cook, Linder, Tia Brown, there are several campuses where it seems like their economically disadvantaged emergent bilingual students are meeting the growth for math, grade 3. So I'm like, what's happening there? Is it because they're implementing the dual language in the way that, has fidelity? Is it parent engagement? Like, do you guys have a hypothesis or a theory?
Well, the EB numbers would possibly include more than just the students that are in dual language, and so we would need to look at, whether, like, disaggregate that data to see how the dual language students are performing, and as part of all of our EB population. I do know of several campuses that we have visited and that we talked with principals a couple of days ago that have strong partnerships with the MET, the multilingual education team, and they are conducting some pretty high quality trainings that are SideLITS trainings, such as 7 Steps, to really address second language learning. You will see a lot of that in math, since first grade up in our dual language program specifically is in English. So that might be some of what that is, but it will almost always go back to what Ms. Drink said, which is there are just some great best practices on campuses that really affect student outcomes, such as strong PLCs, looking at student data, and really knowing how to respond to that data, in addition to just the good instructional practices that are happening in the classroom.
Great.
I will add to that, as I look at the data with my executive directors, because we do look deeply at the data, we've observed that even if you look at our reading data, our Spanish reading data for our marginalized groups is stronger. And so right now what we're seeing is just a huge need to support our ESL classrooms on campuses that have a large majority of dual language classrooms. So we have a number of campuses where you have 4 dual language classrooms and 1 ESL classroom, so that teacher is a standalone. So they don't always have the partner on campus to pair up with. And it's not ironic that those classrooms are also where our African American students learn, because they're ESL. So those are things that we really have to look at and pick apart. Like, so what does the instruction look like there, and are we supporting those classrooms to the same extent that we, support, that you focus on our dual language classrooms and our special ed programs and all of that. So, so as far as, my team goes and Dr. Maxwell's team, we really are visiting ESL rooms, talking to ESL teachers, talking to principals about what do you need in those rooms, because ironically they're ESL classrooms, but we're talking about our native English speakers, again, typically our African American students.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I'm done grilling you. But I really appreciate it. I was very curious about some of these numbers, and just thank you for all the strong work on this. Candace.
I do not have a question. I do have a sobering comment, though. Almost a year I've been sitting in this chair, hearing the same thing. I spoke with the superintendent recently, and I mentioned to him that, because we've been having this data for a while and we've been able to look at it, and with all of our best efforts and everybody working 110% full bore, I see these numbers, and what I hear is not, I hear 84% of third graders will not be able to read on grade level. I hear 79% of Hispanic students will not be able to read on grade level. 94% of African Americans will not be on grade level when it comes to math. 90% of Hispanic students will not be on grade level when it comes to math. I know that you know it's unacceptable. I know the hard work that you do. But I'm in a community where I have to answer a question. And this is the question when I go to the barbershop and get my hair cut, when I'm at the beauty shop waiting on my mama, when I'm at the park or whatever. There is a refrain that I hear that I have no retort for. AISD don't care about black kids. What do I say? How do I answer that? Can I point to anything specifically that we are doing? It's like, no, we have taken time and investment, generally, early literacy and other things, but I have nothing to say that we understand, we know, and we are ready to make a concerted effort and a difference. I know that we are doing that, but I cannot point to any one thing. That's a concern for me. And as we move forward in the work, I could pull in 5 random people off the street tonight, and they will tell you where teachers turn over. We know. I taught at those schools. Webb, Dobie, Martin, Reagan, which is now Northeast. It was Reagan when I taught there. We know this. It's not going to change. So I guess if I did have a question, it would be, we already know this, and we've known this. So what do we do in spite of all those circumstances of teacher turnovers and teachers coming out of EPPs unprepared, so that when they drop on our doorstep, we're like, got it. We already know you're not ready to go. This is what we're going to do for you. This is how we're going to get you ready to work with our kids. You asked about Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore has an expectation. He expects every single parent, as to the best of their ability, to be involved. That message does not go out. Some of our principals, God love them, are swamped. They're so new. They don't have time to go knock on every door and be like, where you at? Your kids need you. Teachers are buried beneath a load. They cannot knock on doors and say, did you know that your kid is not quite here yet? And here's some things that you can do at home, or when you're in the grocery store, or when you're at church. We have got to get to that point. Whatever we can do budget-wise, man, I'll push for it. He might not let it, I might be the only voice. I don't believe I will be, but we'll push for that in a budget. If you want there to be small groups of people testing, there got to be more people in that room, because that one person can't do it, right? It should be testing 5, and 5 will be off the wall, right? So if that's what we need to do budget-wise, then we need to know that as we begin this budget process. If there needs to be more training for new teachers coming in or whatever, then we need to know that so we can build that into our budget, because we cannot sit here another year and say we threw everything at it, right? We got new programs, we got but we have to have something to be able to point to. But I do want you to if you can't type it out, put it somewhere on your desk. AISD don't care about black kids, and say today that's not going to be true of me, because I'm going to do everything in my ability to do that. And I appreciate what you do. And as I move throughout the community, again, I know that special education said they were willing to come and talk with parents. If you guys have a plan or something where you want to come to one of the little crack the codes, as Noelita calls them, to talk to parents, then welcome you and we want to have you. But we have to do something, and we have to do it has to be immediate, decisive, and it needs to be big. And like I said, even if we continue with our best efforts, the computer's telling us this is all you're gonna get. We cannot accept that. That's a big no for me. Thank you.
Hi, everybody. So Dr. Maxwell, you were saying about looking at STAR projected proficiency is also what my inclination was to do when I looked at specifically the campus data for District 6. I pulled the monitoring report from 2022, and then I compared it to the data that we were provided for 2023. And I guess I'll talk about math first. But when I look at math, not only the projected proficiency, but also the percent of students that met their growth target, there's a huge difference. There's growth across economically disadvantaged and non-economically disadvantaged in all demographic areas, but the growth is much higher in non-economically disadvantaged. So I hear you talking about the strategies and the adjustments that are going to be made. And so I compared the strategies in this monitoring report to the one from 2022, and I noticed that 8 of them are continuing. They're staying the same. 2 have been removed, and then there's been an addition of 11, I believe. So now we're like a total of 22. So I want to know, when I look at the data from Table 3 and 4, why is there such more of an increase among non-economically disadvantaged students in math across both proficiency and projected growth? What is it about the strategies in the monitoring report that aren't making it to economically disadvantaged students based on what you've seen in your campus visits?
I can start to try to answer the question as far as what we've talked about now. I wasn't in the classrooms here in 2022 or part of the planning of those strategies, so I can't speak to that specifically to what those strategies may or may not have accomplished. I do know that it's common for any district to look year to year and say, we were able to implement this well, and let's continue this forward because we got good feedback and we have seen some positive results, or we may not have been able to implement this well, or we've found on campuses that this didn't have an effect that we thought. And so I'm going to make an assumption that this district would do the same thing in choosing in August to present on the 23-24. That's the year we're in. And the 23-24 strategies. So I think that's about as much as I can speak to that piece right there. Or as far as what it looked like in implementation on campuses last year, I don't know.
I just see the continuation of a majority of the strategies, and if the data from the STAR projected proficiency, if it's not as successful among economically disadvantaged students, then I wonder why that strategy is being pursued or continued to be pursued.
And in that piece and in some pieces, we may be looking for time in implementation. So you can't necessarily see the results that you want in 1 year, knowing that we are looking at a systemic issue. And so it may be that some strategies are continued because we just need more time with them, or we were able to make some tweaks that make it more successful now than it was previously.
Some of the results, are good. When I look at for non-economically disadvantaged students, it's great. It's up 9 points among African Americans, 13 amongst Hispanic students, 10 amongst white students, 15 for emergent bilinguals, and then 8 for special ed. So they're working among, there's big improvements among non-economically disadvantaged, but I just wonder what about it is not getting down to economic. But anyway, we don't have to belabor that.
So, Trustee, one thing that I've observed is, and we've talked about this a couple times as a board and as a team, it's implementation. And so, we're talking about systemic strategies applied to the entire district. But when you look at the schools that serve large populations of historically underserved student groups, we can all name them, and those are all the schools that have historically had challenges in vacancies, challenges in keeping administrative staff, turnovers in principals. And so I think you're going to continue to see that until we stabilize the vacancy issue and make sure that the teachers have the resources they need to be supported and effective. And we've kind of begun to mitigate the issue around staffing, but they're coming in from all different places, right, at different levels. So now the focus is, okay, we got them in, now we have to make sure they have the resources to be successful. So I think that you're going to see strategies be implemented with different levels of fidelity throughout the district because each campus has a different level of support within the campus itself. So that's just one thing I've observed, and I just didn't want that to go, without being mentioned.
Thank you. That's all for me. Thank you.
All right, Trustee Kaufman.
Thank you. First, I just want to express my appreciation for all the work that goes into both these reports, but also all the work that goes on campuses and at the district office to address these pressing needs. And I know people are working extremely hard, and I appreciate that. I do want to echo Trustee Boswell regarding the appreciation for including the student counts and not just the percentages. I also echo Trustee Hunter's expression of pain and urgency because those individual students that this data represents are counting on our district to do better and to help them to prepare for their life after school. And so I just want to echo both of those. And I do, as we consider as the board is now reconsidering what our targets are going to be and the this monitoring process, I invite you to continue to humanize this reporting process and let the board know what we can do to humanize the reporting process so that you can communicate the collective outrage that I know that our teachers and our principals and our district staff feel regarding the current results and the collective passion that you all have for ensuring that our district meets our moral obligation of ensuring that all of our students are learning to read and to use math. And I know that passion is there, but when we report on the heavy reporting on the numbers, and this is the number of students we need to hit the 40% mark, that passion isn't there. So I just encourage you to continue conveying that passion that our district staff feels. Question. So do we know which Texas districts are achieving 80 to 100% of their Latino and African-American students experiencing poverty, scoring at the meets grade level on reading and or math? Do we know who are models out there that we want to emulate?
No, we can look that up, but I don't know that off the top of my head.
Because I know when we look at the state data that the percentages of students in this past year who met grade level on reading and math were at similarly concerning numbers. So at the state level, we're still looking at 39% of African-American students, 38% of African-American students meeting grade level on reading, 39% of economically disadvantaged students meeting grade level on reading, 44% of Latino students in the 30s for emergent bilingual students, similarly low numbers for students on IEPs. So, as we continue to do our best to meet the state standards on this state test, I just want to, without making excuses, to remember the context that we are not alone in Texas with this challenge, and that we are not alone in the United States. When you look at NAEP results, that these are longstanding systemic problems for the United States. But I share, I think, the expectation of everyone here that AISD will be an exception to that rule. And I really want to know who are the exceptions to that rule, both within Texas or perhaps beyond, who are achieving the results that we morally owe our students, so that we can really aim towards those and not be satisfied with this incremental growth to where if we get, 56 more students to pass, we'll hit the 40% mark. Like those are just, it's hard to hear those being our goals and knowing that that's what we're aiming for. It's hard to hear that we have these incremental goals that will take years before we can even come close to what our students deserve. And by then the test will have changed 3 more times. So I do hope that you do find, and if there are not Texas districts that have achieved those results, that we continue to make that clear, that AISD is not alone in facing these challenges. Based on so going to some of the things you reported, you mentioned how the NWEA is still updating their data so that the projection scores will match the New Star. How do you anticipate the data that you reported tonight changing once they update those formulas to reflect the New Star?
Theoretically, it shouldn't change at all, because what the state has said is that what it takes to achieve a certain performance level shouldn't be any different between one test to the other. Now, do I think that's true? I think the new test is harder. So if anything, I would expect the projected proficiencies to drop, but I don't know that for sure. I can say that based on the theory TEA has put out there, we shouldn't see a significant change. I can say if there is a change, my opinion would be it would be a negative impact on projected proficiencies, not positive. That would be the more likely scenario.
Thank you. And as far as the diagnostic use of this data, do the map growth or the STAR at this time provided teachers and other staff with data regarding the specific reading and math needs of our students? So for example, again, do students know how, I mean, when we look at students not meeting that grade level, the interpretation of that is students can't read. But do we know how many of those third grade students who are taking this test and how many of the students in at all grade levels taking the map growth test who are not achieving those standards? Do we know how many of those students don't actually know how to decode the text? Do we know how many of those students can decode and read the words, but don't really understand what they're reading? So do we know how many students have a basic understanding of what they read? And do we know then if students, know how to apply the higher level thinking skills needed to answer many of the questions on STAR? Do we have that data? So when we're talking about students who can't read on grade level, are we able to break that down to talk about which students can't decode, which students can't comprehend, and which students can't do the higher level thinking?
Yeah, that's an excellent question about the tests that we're using and the results that we get from the test and the information that we can use from it. So there are a few different pieces of that that we can use for reports. One of them is, I think really probably what you're getting closest to is called the student profile report. And it does break down, it doesn't just give them a gross score or a RIT score, but it actually breaks down based on the types of questions that they use. And of course, it's an adaptive test. So it can tell you of the TEKS that student is supposed to have mastered or will master at that grade level, or well above or below. It can go past just the grade level that the student is in. It gives you very specific information on where they are in mastery of that standard. So sometimes they're at a standard. You mentioned decoding. So they're for a kindergarten student, the reports will tell you which foundational skills the student still needs work on and which foundational skills they have mastered in relation to the TEKS. And so what a teacher can do with that information is exactly what you said. It's not just sort of a broad, are they reading on grade level, but rather have they mastered the skills that would allow them to read at that grade level. And then the higher the student goes in elementary, the more that you will be able to dig into the comprehension levels. So this is part of what we use in this assessment here. We do have at K1 an additional assessment by MAP, the MAP Reading Fluency, which will give you a little more of that, that is part of the dyslexia screener, that will give you a little more of that information that you're asking about, which are very specific reading skills. But that is for dyslexia screeners, so it's just specific to literacy, and that does not exist for math in MAP growth.
Okay, thank you. I want to continue accepting full responsibility as a district for ensuring that all of our students, if well taught, can achieve these standards that are set for the STAR. But I also want to continue to use our data to push back on the narrative that the STAR is the only measure of whether students can read, and the STAR is the only measure of whether students are prepared for life and beyond, and ensure that we have our own internal measures as a district to make sure that we are preparing our students for college, career, and military readiness through reading and math instruction that goes beyond just whether they pass STAR, including our students choosing to read on their own. Do students enjoy reading, which are important questions that the STAR or MAP growth don't answer. So I also appreciate the several mentions of collaboration with the multilingual education team. I presume that there are similar collaborations happening with the special education team as well, and that there's a collaborative effort to continue to implement the essential dual language and ESL strategies and the essential strategies for differentiation for students on IEPs. But I did want to ask a few questions specifically around multilingual education. So I want to follow up on the question that Trustee Boswell asked about the English column and the English and Spanish. So I understand that if we're really going to reflect the final outcome we're looking for, that the combined data is probably more important or more aligned with the final goals we're looking for. I'm just curious, what was the reason for putting English as one column and English and Spanish as another column versus having English as a column and Spanish as a column, or just combining them all in the English and Spanish column?
Purely historical. We have historically reported on English only, and then we felt that we knew the board had an interest in looking at English and Spanish results, and that is a better way to look at it. It's more aligned with the goals. So we made a decision to do what we have historically done, and then what we think is best practice in alignment with this goal. So that was why the decision was made to do it that way.
Thank you. That makes perfect sense. Thank you. Okay, so I'm wondering though around that decision about, in the case of map growth, I understand some of those students are tested in both English and Spanish, and the higher percentile score is the one that's kept and reported. Is that correct?
For this analysis, yes.
Okay. So I'm wondering, like, who in our district is monitoring the language of assessment decisions that are occurring both for map growth, but especially for the STAR? So in terms of deciding whether, because in the STAR, they can't take both English and Spanish. So who is monitoring those language of assessment decisions to ensure that students are being tested in the way that most aligns with their instruction and most aligns with their potential to do well?
The LPAC committee the campus-based LPAC committee would determine what they take for STAR. And then I believe our testing.
Who's monitoring the LPAC, I guess is my question. Who's monitoring the LPAC decisions? Because we know that campuses have ranged from 100% of students testing in English to, different numbers.
So that would be the MET that monitors, that helps support campuses and monitors those decisions to make sure that we are doing that according to the guidance on doing that on an individual student basis.
Okay, so so is that happening yet in terms of the monitoring to use that data as an indicator of whether students are receiving the instruction they need and the testing decisions that will most help them be successful?
Yeah, so in the dual language program, they would continue to receive the instruction in both languages. But yes, there are multiple, not just these assessments, but as you mentioned, lots of student work and things that they look at to really make that best decision for the language of testing for each student, even though they'll continue to get instruction in both languages according to our biliteracy vision. But I had the opportunity to actually just this morning meet with some of our MET coordinators who are out on many, many campuses, working with those campuses right now to ensure that they have the systems in place to begin to make those LPAC decisions. They are yearly decisions, and so they're the ones that work closely with our campuses and support those. So yes, it's already happening. Okay.
And when we discuss scorecard measures, and then when the administration proposes the other measures that we'll be reporting, I do encourage us to make that an important part of the analysis, because like just looking at last year's data, 46% of the students identified as emergent bilingual tested in English on the third grade STAR. If we truly are a dual language district and implementing it, that means that those students, vast majority of whom are Spanish speakers, in addition to learning English, that they, if 46% of them are testing in English in third grade, the dual language model would suggest that they were receiving primarily like a majority Spanish literacy instruction in the early grades, and that their strongest oral and written and spoken language and reading would be in Spanish, and yet almost half of them are testing in English. And so that, to me, is an indicator that the LPAC is not making proper decisions, and or that the dual language program is not being implemented. And so I just really encourage us to use that to put those testing decisions in consideration when planning action steps and when analyzing the data that's coming to us from these reading assessments. I think it's an important part of the analysis, and I would be very curious as a trustee to hear that analysis when this data is reported. So there was a comment I was very grateful for about planning for dual language from the start, and that when we're, especially with curriculum design and ensuring that the dual language is being planned together from the beginning. I'm just curious, how are you monitoring that this is truly happening in that planning process? Like, how do we know that this curriculum and the guidance that's being provided to teachers has truly been a collaborative process that centers special education and multilingual education from the very beginning of the work. And I guess my question is because how can I respond to constituents who express concerns to me that this alignment continues to not happen, especially in 3rd through 5th grade, and that the English curriculum is being developed and then handed to multilingual education to adjust it for dual language? How do I respond to those constituents?
So yeah, that's a great question, and I've had the opportunity to meet with multiple members of the Met and also our curriculum team, K-5 so far, in the different content areas, and so I've learned a lot about how we've traditionally written curriculum, and I've learned a lot about the changes that have taken place last year in some of the efforts, and that have just started this year. So. While we're not where we want to be completely with all of our collaboration, I can tell you that both members of the academic coaching specialists and the Met really have talked about significant ways that collaboration has started to happen. And then we're learning from bright spots where it has taken place and really written and produced some beautiful curriculum, and then we're applying that to the different grade levels. So when you see that happen in curriculum, it can be a little bit tricky because once you design curriculum for a year, you can only make so many changes in that curriculum in the model that you've created in year, because doing that changes the curriculum that the teachers are currently using. And so then the fourth 9 weeks looks different than the first 9 weeks, and that's confusing. And so there are some things that we definitely are continuing now, but then plans we're already making for adjustments that we can implement this year, and then moving forward next year. I'm very excited that our new elementary humanities and our elementary STEM directors our STEM director has come on in the last week, and the humanities director will be coming on soon, have extensive backgrounds in dual language. And so the people that will be leading that elementary curriculum team will have close partnerships with Met and have experience writing curriculum from the dual language perspective.
Thank you. That's encouraging. And it's my last line of questioning here, and then I'll stop. I do encourage you to continue incorporating strategies for multilingual and special education when you develop and implement and report on these high priority strategies that you're using for reading language arts and for math. I did note that I know that this is just a summary, but I did note that on the summary list of strategies that they didn't really incorporate. I mean, it was HMH implementation and STEM scope implementation. It didn't really address the implementation of our strategies for special education and multilingual education. I understand that they're in there somewhere, but I encourage to continue to signal to our community that we are, as a district, centering our marginalized populations in doing the planning and the strategy development. That said, I wanted to ask, since it's not on here, I'm curious, what role do dual language strategies play in the action plan for raising math achievement? Because I think the discussion mostly around dual language was around literacy. Curious about for math.
So some of the, I mentioned some of our SideLits trainings that we are working on, definitely increasing in-house and working with campuses so that we can begin to train and also send schools and support schools who are working with the SideLit strategy. So that's one example of how that's going to be critical in math. Early literacy is, like we said, we focused on that before. It's a little bit of a different topic, but when we have a dual language model that does start English in first grade, with our math, one of the critical pieces is that we are doing content-based English as second language strategies. So, those SideLits and those ESL instructional strategies trainings are really, really key to that. Math is highly vocabulary in instruction, and it's almost as much as science, really. It's a significant amount of vocabulary. And of course, embedded in our dual language model, we have significant opportunities throughout the unit, particularly at the end of the unit, to conduct the bridge. And so those are definitely opportunities when you are learning math in a second language to connect it to the Spanish if you are a native Spanish speaker in the DL program. So those are really what we're focusing on there, especially for math, is that content-based instructional strategies in the second language.
That's also very encouraging. Thank you. And I neglected to say welcome to AISD, and I look forward to meeting you in person. And thank you to all four of you for your reporting tonight.
Thank you very much.
Not ironic, like truly. Thank you. Trustee Coffin, we all giggled when you said that, in case you're wondering. So, all right, so we did one round. So trustees, if you thought of anything else, any other comments on the side? Trustee Lugo.
Welcome. No, truly, but y'all, you're gonna know it. They know us. We're just like this. So a couple of things. Man, I love serving on this board with this group. Y'all are so amazing. So just like ditto to everyone, what everyone said. I really love the humanizing of the report. I just wanted to encourage that. Another thing was I wanted to kind of pick up on the kind of line of questioning or thinking around the non-economically disadvantaged students and their growth versus economically disadvantaged students and how much farther they may have to go to get to their growth target. And it got me thinking about right, you can be in the same family, same household, maybe even the same classroom, right? And what sticks with one student or child isn't going to land the same way with another student. So I don't want us to lose that in future conversations about where students are growing. And so not just like what are those best practices and outliers across campuses, but also looking at even within a campus, like what are those outliers between teachers, and what is helping our non-economically disadvantaged students kind of hit their growth target a little bit faster. I think we can kind of all have speculations, but then what's within our control? So that's just a comment and a request. I think the other thing is, I don't know if this exists already or if it's something that maybe y'all are thinking about doing, but something that really kind of came to the forefront of my mind as I was listening to Trustee Hunter, is I thought about, what it makes me think of is AISD cares about Black students, and here's what I'm doing. Like, here's what I'm doing today to prove that, right? AISD cares about Black students, and here's what I did today to show that. Or here's what our campus did today. Here's what our district did today. Because I think sometimes if we're doing it in the negative, right, like, well, we don't, right? We don't want to do X. But it's really like, we are. And then show me the evidence, right? Like, what did I do today? How did I do this? How did I reach every student in my classroom? And some days, I'm not going to reach all students. But tomorrow's a new day. What can I do, right? And like really look, and I think that harkens back to what you were talking about, like a vision, right? Like I've sat on the board, for 3 years? So I definitely have this feeling of like, it feels like we're waiting, we're waiting every year, every time, right? It's like, man, something's got to change. We hear the strategies, we hear the stress, we hear it. We know that people care. And just like in my job, I would probably have a mid-year review with somebody and I say, like, I can't grade a person on whether they care, right? I can only grade them on, what's the evidence. So that's kind of like me just switching it around and saying like, okay, if AISD cares about Black students, and the assumption should be yes, we do, what did I do as a teacher, as a principal, as a counselor, right, as a board member to demonstrate that? And then I also, as I was hearing Trustee Kaufman talk about, well, we're not alone in this, right? It's across the state, it's across the country, it's historic. I'm also thinking, okay, we're not alone, and here's how AISD is leading. Here's what we're doing. Not to be Pollyanna-ish, not to be like toxic positivity, but just so that we can know, like, what is that vision? How are we walking that long road? And then my last comment will be around the STAR data. That was such a good question from Trustee Kaufman about, like, you're looking at STAR data, right? We also want to humanize the report. So I think this can also help us understand there is a difference between how I may do on STAR versus, well, how do I do out in the world, right? Like, can I read when I'm at the grocery store with my parents, when I'm playing Roblox or, whatever game kids are playing nowadays? Like, can I follow it? Same with math. And so I would just really love to see that kind of information also being shared with the board. So thanks.
Thank you. Anyone else? Anyone on this side? All right, Trustee Kaufman, last chance. Thank you. All right. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Okay, so we will now move to our information reports and updates. We have scheduled 30 minutes for this, but I really think we can probably knock it out in like 10 or 15 or less. So tonight is an opportunity for the trustees to discuss publicly the profile and process with each other related to the superintendent, the permanent superintendent. So on our agenda preview and tentatively scheduled for next week is also an opportunity for the board to amend the profile based on feedback we heard over the last several weeks. So the board may also consider next steps on posting of the superintendent position or the option of utilizing a search firm for a national search. So trustees held about 30 meetings with staff, community groups, families, and every district advisory group. Many trustees also met with the campus CACs and PTAs, and we have all heard from parents, staff, community members, and even students through email and other means. I should also mention that the district hosted an online feedback process using the Thought Exchange and received feedback from about 615 participants. So I wanted just to take a few moments without getting specific, because we as a group have not really talked about the feedback yet. So there's not really a time to talk specifically about what we've been hearing. But really, if you have any comments on the process, but one thing I would want to make sure that we touch on is if there are any changes that you want to make to the profile that we adopted last spring. And Jacob, you're probably reading my mind and putting the profile up. So thank you for that. So trustees, so two questions. One is any general thoughts on the process that you'd like to share? And then number two, any potential changes you would like the board to consider on the superintendent profile before we sort of re-adopt it next week. So this time we'll start with Trustee Boswell, unless you're not ready.
Yeah, no, I am ready. Yes. I think I did 12 listening sessions, so a big group of people, retired educators in Austin, CACs, some of the advisory bodies. I had the chance to park myself at Zilker. The principal bought tacos and put them in the room as bait and told teachers there were free tacos and a trustee to talk with. They came in and shared their thoughts with me. Got a really good cross-section. I didn't talk to many students. I feel like that's something I would love more input on. And a handful of themes emerged. One is that several people suggested in the profile that we very specifically call out the need to support our LGBTQ students, that we have kind of an et cetera, but that I think it's the second point, and people would like to see more specificity about that, just really name that, and instead of including it in a big et cetera. I met with the Coalition for Special Education Equity, and they really felt like our special education priority needed to not only be moved up, but really defined. What are our values? What do we believe in? Inclusion, they said, really needs to be highlighted. That the description made special education sound like a place, not a system of services and supports. So I think a really clear message that needed some work. A lot of people really, the thing I heard most was people want someone who will come and stay. And I heard it was like a whole thesaurus. We don't want to be a stepping stone, a rung on a ladder, a trampoline to somewhere else, a stop on in a career, a launch pad, you name it. That was a very, very strong theme I heard. And just making sure that's really solid in our profile. Heard a lot of people talk about balancing a real richness in education with the data and the, kind of the systems, and heard people say, one parent told me a parent who's also an educator said, my middle school said they're not going to do any book studies this year because there's no room, that they're not going to read novels together. And the parent was really mourning that, so people really wanted to understand the accountability system, but also want to really honor that. Heard people talk about the need for understanding the social determinants that underlie what's going on, leaning into our community schools, leaning into our partnerships, our community, our city to really strengthen that network of supports around our student and wanting someone who could bring that capacity. And I heard a really strong thread of people who want someone who will be an advocate for our district, who will fight for our values and really make sure at the legislature and out in the community that's being spoken for. And then finally, someone who loves us for who we are, who wants to bring change that is the right change for us, not change for change's sake, and who really loves us and values us for who we are and embraces our kind of uniqueness. Heard that also very strongly. So I think those were the biggest themes I heard.
Thank you. Appreciate that. And we are going to be talking about this more in depth in executive session. So if you guys have thank you, Dr. Reach, for putting the profile up there. If you all have any specific feedback on the profile, I guess I'll go because I'm next in line. The only change I would like to propose is for the second bullet where we list out the different factors, diversity factors. There's one, I did want to add something about sexual orientation and gender in there as well. So, Trustee Foster, Trustee Hunter.
Same thing, heard many of the same things. Just that under number 12, I believe it is, I don't have it in front of me and I cannot see that little print, but I remember distinctly I spoke with the Austin Area Association of Black School Educators, APSE, and under number 7, African American students are hinted at, but not specifically spelled out as groups are in number 12. I hope I have my numbers right because I'm doing that from memory. And then I'm sad about something. I think 600 is really a great number of feedback, but that's the same 600 people like we always hear from. I used to be one of those people. And I'm asking you, Dr. Reach, I guess, what was the reason for closing down the thought exchange? I mean, I know to have data, but is there a reason that we can't just let it run? Because I believe it ended on the 7th or the 8th?
It ended on the 6th.
The 6th, I'm off. Sorry.
Yeah. I think that's correct. It's in order for us to be able to put together the summary that is uploaded on board docs and available to the public so that we could have that together.
And I appreciate that because we do have to at some point, stop making, taking in information so that we can make a decision, and I get that. But I really would like it, if at all possible, for it to be opened up so that people have a place, because I came prepared tonight. Like I was dug in for 60 minutes or 60 people at 1 minute. One of my colleagues has made a comment that, people don't really move until we're voting on something, right? And so maybe next week we'll just be crammed with all these phone calls or whatever. But I really want people to have an opportunity to say, this is what I'm looking for. Like the questions that we asked, like, this is my deal breaker. I had somebody ask me, like, how do we make them stay? That's called kidnapping. You actually can't restrain someone against their will. Same thing that Lynn heard. I don't want to be just, our district to be another dot on somebody's resume. And I get that. But I feel like 600 people is enough for us to consider something. But I feel like it's not enough. It's just me personally. And if Thought Exchange, I don't know, do we send it out in the newsletter for parents to see? And maybe we just need to do another one more round. I don't know. But I just feel like so people can have a say, so you can vote things up or vote things down, and we can see those big bubbles come out that says this is and we have that now, but we have it at 600. So I don't know. I might be the only person. I'm like, what is the possibility, and what harm, good would it do?
I think other than the fact, hi, good evening, trustees, Allie Leary, Chief of Communications, Community Engagement. Other than the fact that we let families and staff know that it was closing on the 6th, I don't really think there's any harm in reopening it. If we think that, greater feedback would give greater confidence in the results, I think there's no problem with doing that. We could definitely do another push and see where that gets us. We'd be happy to do that.
I don't know if I'm like, who gets it? I would say check with the interim, but I don't know. Does he get to say yes to do it again, or do you say it, or who would say?
We recognize it's a little bit of a gray space, but we are here to support the board in their search. And so if the board needs additional information and we hear that feedback, we'll make sure that we can get additional feedback for the board.
Okay, well, I appreciate the administration for that. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Kaufman?
Yes, I just wanted to clarify first, does the public discussion of our superintendent search count for us in terms of student outcome discussion or against us?
It counts against.
Okay, so I just want to highlight the irony that one of the most important decisions a school board can make in terms of achieving student outcomes through our superintendent, and yet that doesn't count as student outcomes. So I think that's an ironic piece to point out. I will say, in terms of the profile, I'm hopeful that we can do minimal changes to it because the profile was developed through an extensive good faith effort to reach into every community across the entire city with literally almost 100 meetings, I think, that were held across the city. So I would be hesitant to make substantial changes based on the relatively small number of input that we received this month. But I do think there are some key elements that I think, have already been brought up that should be brought into there. But I would just say I would be really hesitant to do little changes on it, just because a serious process is already taking place to develop it. And we're really just looking for changes based on.
Sorry, excuse me. So sorry.
That is all I have to say.
All right, thank you. Okay, so I don't think there's any other comments from trustees.
No.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, I just want to, I guess, affirm or add or echo or whatever the word is. I was able to participate in a number of sessions as well, and the reason why I didn't speak, sort of the first time around is simply because what struck me most about the listening sessions was the sort of continuity, or the things were said repeatedly in a way that gave me confidence in what the community was saying. There were very few outliers in terms of folks' comments, and I believe on board docs we actually have a sort of summary of sort of what we've heard so far, and I think we do not own.
We'll talk about that in an exec.
Okay. All right. Well, I'll just say that through the listening sessions, I emerged with confidence in how we're proceeding, where we've proceeded thus far.
All right. So I think we can sort of conclude this discussion, but I did want to invite the public that You can always email us at trustees@austinisd.org to share your feedback on and thoughts on the superintendent search. Next week, we are having our voting meeting. It's pushed up this month because of the fall break, but I wanted to let you know that at that meeting on the agenda is voting on I think it is voting, I can't see where, I don't got my glasses on, but it's voting on the actual posting. So there will be more, this is not the only time the board is going to be discussing this, and so we're going to talk tonight a little bit more in closed session, and so you'll hear more next week. So I think at this time, we can end the section on the information reports from the administration. And at this time, we will move into the preview of the upcoming regular board agendas. And this will allow the public and trustees to have the opportunity to review the agenda items that will be considered for a vote in our next regular board meeting, which is next Thursday. We have scheduled 15 minutes for our preview, and AISD staff is available to answer any questions for tonight's preview. And I do want to give a heads up to the staff that I will have some questions about the implementation timeline. First is, we'll begin tonight with item 7, which is the agenda preview for upcoming academics and curriculum items. So trustees, are there any questions on this item? Nope. All right. So next, we have section 8, board administration. Trustees, are there any questions on these items? Okay, and so this is where I actually did have the question about 8.3. The Lone Star Governance implementation timeline. So, Dr. Reach, would you mind pulling that timeline up just so that trustees have a moment to look at it together? And if there's anything that you feel like is important to point out, or any changes that you expect we might need to be making between now and the actual vote to adopt this next week, that would be very helpful.
Could we change the other display to the Zoom, please? Oh, great. Yeah. So what is attached is a draft version of that implementation timeline. And we have also been working with your LSG coach, who is here with us tonight, Ms. Paz, to refine this even further. So what we will share on Monday will be different. It will not have anything new. It will actually have a lot of things simplified or removed, and we are looking at a couple of things. One is just, like I said, to make it more simple so that it's not detailed instructions on what we're doing. It's just, here's the topic that's due or that needs to be accomplished. The other one with looking at simplifying some of this is just if it's an item that is not aligned with something the board needs to accomplish, something the superintendent needs to accomplish to bring us to one of those board actions or something that TA is requiring, then it may not belong here. So it's not that we're not going to potentially do one of those steps, but it would not be part of that implementation timeline. So we do hope to have a lot of that clarity, and we will make sure that that is uploaded with our document on Monday. Are there any individual questions for it?
I would love to see when you do upload it. It would be really helpful if we just have a redlined version alongside it, so it's really clear what's been removed. That would be extremely helpful if that's easy to do.
Yeah, as long as I can do a compare doc between Excel, which I'm pretty sure I can do, yeah.
Okay. If it's easy, that would be fantastic.
Then we can do it.
Thank you.
All right, and I just want to thank Superintendent Dr. Reed and Ashley. I want to just thank our superintendent and Jacob and Ashley. Y'all have worked really, really hard in the last few weeks getting this in a format that I feel like honors some of the questions and concerns that the board had and complies with the TEA order. And so just thank you. And we've already checked off a lot of stuff. So good job, board. And looking forward to doing more. So thank you. All right. So any other questions for section 8? And you'll notice that 8.4 is the superintendent profile. Yeah.
I just have one question. If we have other specific suggestions for it, how should we submit those? What is the process for that?
For the profile, if you could send it to me, that would allow me to share a draft version. And then, of course, we'll have a final version uploaded Monday by 6 p.m.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. And the next is section 9, business and finance. Trustees, are there any questions on these items? Yes, Trustee Kaufman.
I'm just curious on, maybe I'm looking at a different agenda. I'm looking at the whatever number it says, the review of the district financial audit.
Yes.
I'm just curious what that's going to look like next week. Is that going to actually be a presentation by our auditor? And what kind of time is being allotted for that?
So, Trustee Kaufman, there is a video that's included both on this preview. We'll also have it on the agenda next week. And so that video is the presentation from our auditor. Of course, trustees are welcome to ask questions of Mr. Ramos tonight on the work of it, or if there are any questions directly for our auditor, we can share those with them or ensure that they're available to answer questions next week.
Yeah, apologize for missing the video. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything else on section 9? All right, cool. So we will move on to section 10, facilities. Trustees, any questions there? All right. Next we have section 11, human resources. Any questions on those? And I just want to call out item 11.1 is the appointment of an ombudsperson. So thank you for making good on your promise, Superintendent Seguda. Look forward to that. Okay. The next, we've got section 12, policy. So trustees, are there any questions on these items? And I just want to note 12.2 includes several policy changes that were part of the TEA agreed order. So thank you to our staff and to our policy committee for just getting that work quickly moving. So thank you. This will end our regular agenda preview. Before we move to executive session, we want to let our public know that we will also have a discussion on retooling our scorecard tonight, which will also be recorded and broadcast with the potential of voting on a new retooled scorecard. It's not going to be a complete redo. We are just making it Lone Star Governance compliant and a monitoring calendar in December, so that there will be a vote on that in December. So just FYI, we're going to go into a quick executive session, like a 10-minute executive session, and then we're going to come out and do sort of a retreat on the scorecard with Ashley Paz from the Council of Great City Schools. And then guess what? We're going to go back to executive session again after that to talk about some other stuff. So for now, we will recess the open meeting at 8:32 p.m. and move to exec session pursuant to Texas Government Code sections 551.074, 551.072, 551.073, 551.087, 551.076, 551.0821, and 551.071. When we are finished with the executive session, we'll return to the open session and continue the meeting, go into our workshop on scorecard goals and constraints retooling. And we appreciate your patience. Thank you very much. Okay, welcome back. So we will now reconvene the open meeting at 8:53 p.m. So we are going to have our little LSG workshop now on the scorecard goals and constraints retooling. So we want to thank Ashley Paz, our Lone Star Governance Coach, for joining us tonight. So Ashley, can you introduce the suggestions for the scorecard and just lead us through?
Yeah, so hi everybody, it's good to be with you again. Tonight's conversation is really just about taking the priorities that already exist for your board. So you have your existing scorecard, and we're just calling this a retooling. We're not reinventing the wheel. We're not making wholesale changes. We are simply taking your current priorities and making them align with the Lone Star Governance Framework. That does require a little bit of refinement, especially for some of the goals that are broader. And then in some cases, it actually calls for zooming out, where you have a lot of specificity in the goal, and setting an aggregate. However, that will also be accompanied with more detail in the monitoring process, where you actually will be looking at the aggregate, so all of the student groups, but then you would look at all of, for each goal, that disaggregated data for each one, for all of your, so every student group that is represented by more than 25 students for the entire district. So I think that this is a great point to start the conversation. So let me tell you, so in the goal setting process, there are 6 different elements that the boards must consider. So first we have the vision aspect, and this is really aligned with the mindset that the school board exists to represent the vision and the values of the community. The way that you represent the vision is, first you have to talk to the community and understand what their vision is, and then you interpret their vision by developing goals, specifically student outcome goals. And these goals are specific to the student outcomes that your community wants students to know and be able to do in Austin ISD. So you talk to the community to develop your vision. In the framework, it actually recommends that the board adopt a vision statement, and you already have one. So good job, you've already got one box checked. And that vision statement is, we are Austin's home for inclusive learning, high expectations for all students, or for all children, high outcomes for every student. So this is something that already exists. I'm not making any recommendations for changing it. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. So then you have the vision statement, then you have your goals. And we'll review the goals in depth in just a moment. But the goals are the way that the board interprets the community's vision. These are the things that students know and are able to do. And then the third aspect are goal progress measures. And goal progress measures are actually developed by the superintendent. That is how how the board will know how the superintendent is going to be implementing the community's vision. And this is the information that you'll be looking at every month that tells you specifically how students are performing. And just like the conversation you just had, you'll look at generally one or two goals per month and have robust conversations about what the data says, understanding what the superintendent learned from looking at the data, and how that information will inform strategies moving forward. So those are the first 3. That's how the board represents the community's vision. Identify a vision statement, develop goals, and then monitor goal progress measures. The second piece is that the school board protects the community's values. And you do this by adopting constraints. These are specific restrictions on the superintendent's authority that protects the values of the community. So you don't adopt a value statement, but you would adopt a theory of action. And so what a theory of action is a high-level constraint it's usually phrased in an if-then statement that says, if we do this, this, and this, then we can expect this outcome. And that theory of action generally is tied specifically to what your constraints are going to be. So you adopt a theory of action, then you adopt constraints that say, this is what the superintendent shall not do. And just like with the goals, the superintendent will adopt constraint progress measures that detail how he will implement on those expectations. And that's also information that you will monitor throughout the year to know whether or not the community's values are being protected. So in looking at your current scorecard, you actually have quite a few goals and progress measures as well that are specific to student outcomes. So we're going to start by looking at, first I want to just reference the goals that you currently have on your scorecard. We're not going to show those right here, but so there are 5 of them, and I'll just kind of detail. One is specific to students who are receiving special education services, and it says that students currently receiving special education services demonstrating achievement on state assessments in all grades, all subjects at the meets grade level will increase from 26% to 60% by August 26. And that the source on that is the TAPER report. So this is a very well-meaning goal. Wanting to look at, it is intended to look at performance for students who are receiving special education services and looking at how they're doing in all of the subjects and all of the grades. A lot of really good intentions there. The challenge is really when you get into trying to extrapolate what that much information actually entails. When you have, and so there is no single assessment that actually measures performance for all grades or for all subjects, especially not for all grades and all subjects. And so the recommendation in Lone Star Governance is that you have goals that are SMART. And so this goal doesn't pass that very first requirement of a SMART goal, which is that it's specific. And so we will talk a little bit about how you might refine a goal and look at the data for students receiving special education services so that you can get that higher value information. And we actually have one. I'm just gonna go through the rest of them before I talk about the new ones. The second one is for students identified as economically disadvantaged, demonstrating achievement on the 3rd grade state assessment in reading and at the meets grade level will increase from 34% to 60% by August 26th. Next, you have students, goal 3, students identified as economically disadvantaged, demonstrating achievement on 3rd grade state assessment in math at the meets grade level, who will increase from 39% to 60% by August 26. And then goal 4 gets students identified as economically disadvantaged, demonstrating achievement on state assessments for grades 6 through 8, reading and math at the meets grade level will increase from 30% to 60% by August 26th. And then finally, your 5th goal, graduates identified as economically disadvantaged who meet the criteria for the CCMR outcomes bonus will increase from 29% to 60% by August 2026. So I'm going to stop with these 5 goals because these are the goals that you have already set that are student outcomes. And so my recommendation for retooling the scorecard to make it align with the governance framework is to, for the first special education goal, all students, all grades, all subjects, my recommendation is that we just put that one aside for now. and that we instead think about how we can get that higher value information and actually look at the data that you want to look at that's going to tell you what the actual reality is for students who are receiving special education services. The next two goals are around reading and math for socioeconomically disadvantaged students. My recommendation is that you actually just align these two goals with the expectations for House Bill 3, which is also one of the expectations for Lone Star governance, that the board should only adopt 1 to 5 goals. And so a lot of districts have done just what Austin has done, where they've adopted their 3 goals for compliance, but then have goals that they monitor that are much more specific to the student groups and that are the highest need and highest leverage. There is a lot of value in that. But one of the additional requirements for House Bill 3 is that in addition to adopting an aggregate goal, so a goal for all students, that you provide that disaggregated data, as we mentioned. So by doing that, you actually will be looking at your socioeconomically disadvantaged students. You'll also be looking at all of the other student groups, and you will be able to compare the gaps that exist among those groups. So we can go ahead and look at the first one. And then I talked about that one. Yeah. So I'm going to talk about these two first before we get to the next one. So 3rd grade students earning meets grade level on STAR reading assessment will increase from X% in June 21 to Y% in June 26th. These X's and Y's will get filled in after tonight's conversation, and all of the disaggregated data as well. But we wanted to make sure that y'all are good with the language before the administration does the work of filling in all of those numbers.
Quick.
Yeah,
Okay.
please.
So, and I would invite any trustee to feel free to, if that's okay with
Oh,
you,
yeah, this is a
We're sitting
conversation.
like this for the recording purposes, but y'all feel free to just speak up. This is less formal than like our normal meetings. So, and I just wanted to let y'all know that Ashley and I actually worked together on this over the last couple of days. And so this is, and so I've had the benefit of being brought along over a couple of hours of phone calls. But just so that you all know, and I don't know if you guys were here when we adopted, some of the new folks were here when we adopted the HB3 goals, but those are, required by TEA for every school district. And that's the same for every district. What you see here, goal 1 and goal 2, that's identical. And so you're saying that has to be part of our, to be LSG compliant. This kind of broke my heart because we kind of had to revert back to aggregate goals, which was not necessarily what, it was kind of a big win when we worked with AJ and we kind of went to EcoDis as our focus. But Ashley helped me kind of give a little bit of context. And so just stick with me for a minute. Our scorecard goals have to be aggregate to be LSG compliant. However, the real power that we have as a board, and personally what I felt was missing, that prompted some of the changes in the scorecard, was that we didn't really have a way to hold, to really hold ourselves and our superintendent accountable for closing gaps for specific groups of kids. So the scorecard, while it informs the superintendent evaluation tool, it is not identical to it. So we still have to have that conversation later in the spring about what weight we're going to put on specific things. So if we wanted to, on our superintendent evaluation, still emphasize economically disadvantaged students as the most important thing to us, we can still do that in our evaluation tool. But for the purposes of this scorecard, it's the primary goal you see on top is the aggregate. So does that make sense? Okay. I just wanted to give
Yeah.
that little context.
Yeah, thank you for adding
Sure.
that. And I want to add that, so in the disaggregated data, so you'll have the baseline, so the baseline and past year's performance for all of the student groups that are listed. So you'll be able to see what the trends have been, especially in the gaps that exist. And the giving the boards the ability to monitor the gaps is the reason that this has been added to the framework. So, and this is specific to, I think, I can't remember if it's Domain 3 or Domain 1 in the Texas Accountability System that actually speaks to closing the gaps. I think it's 3. And so in the, because of that aspect of the accountability system, they actually want the school board to look at those gaps. So not just the gaps between, the socioeconomically disadvantaged students and non-ECODIS. They want you to also be able to look at those gaps between Black students, like Trustee Hunter mentioned earlier, and special education students, or students receiving special education services, and your emerging bilingual students, and seeing where those trend lines are heading, how those gaps are closing, and being able to ask those additional questions about I see that we're actually seeing some really great positive trajectories for students who are receiving special education services and are emerging bilinguals. What can we learn from that data, from how the successes that we're seeing with them that can be applied to other areas? Really, they say that the devil's in the details. I don't think this is where the devil's in the details. I think this is where the magic really lives in these conversations. And so,
Ashley, I have a question.
Yeah.
You've seen enough of our meetings now to know that in our monitoring reports, we really talk about the data that's intersectional as well.
Yeah.
And we go much deeper. Is it possible to make this graph longer so we're really capturing all of that? Because I think obviously that's where we see not just the big gaps, but the big est gaps.
Yep.
If it's our Black students who receive special education services, our Latino students with economic disadvantage, all of those permutations that, again, we're very hard fought in this community because I think we have a university town problem where the aggregate really masks the gaps.
Yes.
And we are in a community that was very satisfied with that for a very long time.
Yeah.
And so it's very hard fought. And I think that intersectional data is also really essential.
Yeah.
And it is going to be very upsetting to people to have that aggregate measure.
Oh, yeah.
And so the more.
Yeah, to be clear, this is what is required, not what is allowed. And so
we can go deeper.
This is the minimum threshold that has to be met. You as a board have an obligation to work with your superintendent to determine what level of detail you want on those monitoring reports.
Thank you.
Yeah, that you absolutely have that power. And as I said, it's actually an obligation. And if your community has said it's important, then it's important.
I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
So the X to the Y, where does the administration get the Y?
So actually, I'll let Dr. Reach.
So what we've used in the past and what we would most likely recommend again is looking at the state goal of 30, 60, 90, which for MEETS is that all students will be at 60% at MEETS. And so we would have a Y.
I'm sorry, 30, 60, 90?
I'm sorry, yeah. So, and I probably need Ms. Hanson to explain, because she would probably do it just probably a lot better than I would. But the 30, 60, 90 goal is that 30% of all students would be at masters, 60% would be at meets, and 90% would be at approaches. Because if you're in masters, you're also in meets and approaches and so on. So that's where we get the 60%. And then the X is, of course, just where we're at in our baseline.
And so I don't know, so it is very likely that the targets have already been set for your House Bill 3 goals. And so the recommendation for this retooling is that you stick with the targets that are already there, if they are there. And in the spring, we will actually be coming back, and after the administration has had the ability to conduct a robust, comprehensive student needs assessment and/or root cause analysis, they will actually be able to prepare much better targets than that are actually indicative of what is possible with today's conditions. And so that target conversation will really happen in the spring. This is, again, just realigning everything that's already there.
And to clarify with data and guidance, that percentage, the Y, is ours to determine as a board, and then the progress measures come from the administration.
Yeah, so let me acknowledge that really quick, or address that. So to a degree, yes. And this is one of the things that is always an important distinction to make with boards. If it is important that the Y be, so that's your target, that is the end of the cycle, end of 5 years goal. If your information has to be based in that root cause analysis. And so that root cause analysis is going to tell you what is both challenging and attainable. And so one of the conversations that we've had in the past is about the culture that can be created around testing and the unintended consequences of that, and really like the high stakes testing conversation. When the board has to be very mindful about setting a target, setting that ending point so high that it creates that unintended consequence of a high stakes testing culture. That it does not suggest that testing is bad or wrong. Testing is a snapshot of how a kid does at a certain point in time. It is not a measure of their worth, their value. It is simply just data. That said, if you set a goal, so one of the common questions that people ask is, well, why don't we set our goals for 100%? Because we want 100% of our students to be able to do these things. Yes, that's absolutely true. We do want 100%, but this is a conversation about what is attainable within the time frame that is set forth. And so the board has to be very, very mindful, and it has to be a collaborative conversation with the superintendent. And so the framework actually lays that out. One of the very first, the very first descriptor under approaches focus for Vision and Goals 1, which is the criteria specific to goal setting, is that the board owned the goal development process. So just like you said, they're the one that set the goals, but they worked collaboratively with the superintendent. And I know you know that, Trustee Boswell, but for the community at large, I want to make sure that everyone is clear.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
Okay, so so goal 1 is specific to STAR reading. Goal 2 is virtually the exact same goal, but it is for third grade math instead. And so for both goal 1 and goal 2, the same deal, aggregate with the disaggregated student groups. Do y'all have any questions about the math goal before moving on?
Can we make the language parallel on those? I think that would be less confusing for our community. It's the same thing worded 2 different ways, and I think it would be more clear to have the language be parallel.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, and then so those are the first 2 goals, which would mirror your goals 2 and goals 3. The next one, so the next goal that you currently have on your scorecard is goal 4. That's students identified as economically disadvantaged demonstrating achievement on state assessments for grades 6 through 8, reading and math at the meets grade level will increase from 30% to 60%. So my recommendation for this goal is, because again, it is multiple grade levels, multiple, I can't think of the word right now, subjects. Multiple grade levels, multiple subjects, it really doesn't pass the specific test that's required to be a SMART goal. So my recommendation is that you sunset this goal for now. However, this is a goal that is specifically looking at middle school data, so student outcome for middle school. And so because we are not reinventing the wheel tonight, but I think it is still important that middle school data be reviewed, I would like to strongly encourage the board to consider in the future, when you restart the goal setting process after the calendar year, that you consider a goal for ninth grade, so students who complete Algebra 1 by the end of ninth grade. That is widely accepted as it's not just one of the highest leverage, but it is widely regarded as the highest leverage for that grade level, and an indicator of what is possible after high school as well. So if you adopt a goal specific to students who are completing Algebra 1 by the end of ninth grade, then in order to monitor that goal, you would be looking at sixth grade performance, seventh grade performance, and eighth grade performance. So that would cover all of your middle years in math. And so that might be one solution that you consider.
And you're asking for, you're suggesting students who complete Algebra 1 by ninth grade, not by eighth grade?
By the end of the ninth grade is usually the one that most, so Algebra 1 by the end of ninth grade.
Are most students not enrolled in Algebra 1 in ninth grade? What percentage of our students aren't, and where does that happen?
They all are. They didn't take it in 7th or 8th grade, right?
Right.
We believe almost all students will have taken Algebra 1 by the end of ninth grade.
Yeah.
So that's probably not a meaningful goal for us.
But it would be the outcome on the EOC.
But I have a question before.
But if they're already completing it, that doesn't feel like something ambitious. That feels like.
Yeah, so
This is where I'm going.
If that's
it feels
the
like
case,
eighth grade might be a better measure for us. I would just love to have that conversation when it's time to have that conversation.
yeah, and so that's data that will get lifted up in that comprehensive student needs assessment. So if that's the case, if eighth grade is the more meaningful data point, that's the one that you should probably adopt.
So I guess I need to go back to the beginning. What are the purpose of these goals? To have these goals, what is our purpose in having these? Why are they designed? What are we monitoring, and why are we monitoring it? Just a quick refresher.
These are your student outcome. So are you asking about why retooling the scorecard
No.
tonight, or
exactly where you were going?
Why having so these are your student outcome goals.
Mm-hmm.
So these are the goals that the board sets that is reflective of the community's vision for how student outcomes should be improved.
And we will go back out to the community, but what we already know is that our community is concerned about underrepresented students, which we're not going to be looking at exactly. I'm losing the thread, but I'm trying to stay with it. Okay, so now we're retooling, not revamping completely. So when we're choosing goals, we're choosing things that we struggle in and we want to do better in. That's the piece I'm missing, correct? Or no?
So generally, you're gonna want to make your goals. So the goals have to be specific to what the community's vision is and what the data says are the highest need and highest leverage areas.
Okay.
And that high need, high leverage is generally where there is the most struggle.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, now I'm back on track. Okay,
Yeah.
I'm good.
Yeah, and when looking at, the value in looking at that disaggregated data is it allows you to look at those gaps. So you will actually be able to look at all of the student groups that are struggling, not just the one or two, and you can actually look at their performance against each other. I know that that is already your practice, but this actually puts it on the card when the superintendent gets evaluated.
Question. So for the one at the middle school math, this is kind of like the special ed one. So when you actually look at our data, that's really where we do the worst, is middle school math, right? I'm asking our experts back there. Like, okay. And so, and I,
This year on STAR, it was actually algebra in 7th grade. Those were the two worst maths. So 7th grade math and algebra.
okay.
The worst performance.
So and I understand why we would sunset it, because it's not LSG compliant, because it's SMART, right? I mean, it's not a SMART goal, but it is kind of like throwing the baby out with the bathwater. How do we, is there an alternative thing that could capture the middle school math and in the retooling, so that we can still get, track that closely during the school year?
So.
Like, could we narrow it to one grade level? Like, could we do 6th grade math, for example, or just pick? Like,
So if you looked at, as you're setting goals, it's important to look at not only what the goal is, but also what you would be, to be thinking about what it would mean to monitor that goal. So if you set a goal for 6th grade math, how would you know whether or not you are likely to achieve that goal by looking at data beforehand? So
I would ask the administration that.
We could use STAR projected efficiency values that are provided by MapGrowth. They provide a projection, and we've done a couple napkin checks on their statistics. Last year, they were like, the projected proficiency was about 86% correct. Students got either that projected proficiency or higher. In previous years, it was around 75%, so it's not perfect, but it is fairly
It's a predictor
of what performance is at the end of the year. So if you set a goal for this percent it meets, we can monitor that with MapGrowth assessments 3 times a year. The last one, we'd have to look at our cadence, because right now the end of the year test is happening after they took the STAR assessment, so that one could be used as a progress monitoring tool. But we can adjust our cadence for that.
So one question I have, or maybe a thought is, so this scorecard, the retooled scorecard, is it's for January through June. And so I think a lot of things we're talking about are going to be like the deep conversation we have in the spring to take us for multiple years. And so I appreciate Dylan, and you're amazing, but I get anxious about changing too much in a month to like track it for 3 months and then redo it all again. So
Could we couldn't just keep what we got?
Yeah, and so that's where I was actually going. So
Can we just keep?
So the reason for changing it is so that you can start demonstrating growth on your quarterly self-assessment for TEA. You're expected to demonstrate, to show that you're moving the needle in your governance practices. And so you can do a whole lot of things, but not actually move the needle, because a lot of it actually is predicated on the fact that the expectation that you have goals and that you have constraints, and that the goals be SMART, so that they be, actually, let me just go ahead and read it to you, because I've got it pulled up here. So if you, with the recommendations from the retooled scorecard, that would put you at meets focus for vision and goals 1, vision and goals 2, and vision and goals 4. And it would put you at approaches focus for vision and goals 3. So in order to be able, just to get to preparing, you have to have adopted a vision statement. You must own the vision development process while working collaboratively with the superintendent. That's done. You must have 3 to 5 goals. So that's one of the challenges. Right now you have 19 goals. So you have 19 goals plus the 3 HB3 goals. So technically you have 22 goals.
I don't know if that needs to be recorded or whatever. I'm trying to wrap my mind around this. So we are changing it for this short period of time so that we can check off boxes to move forward, but not student outcomes? Because I thought our goal was adult. I'm good. I need to ponder on that a little bit more. I'm good.
Okay. So So the main thing is that as you are doing your monitoring, so right now, not all of your goals are aligned. And so when you're doing your monitoring, you're not necessarily looking at information that is, so for one of the goals, and actually the next one that I'll talk about. So do you mind if we pause this? So can we move on to the next one? So I've heard it about the middle school goal. Let's come back to it, because this is the next point. So this goal 3, what your current language is, and it's your current goal 5, is graduates identified as economically disadvantaged who meet the criteria for the CCMR outcomes bonus will increase from 29% to 60% by August 2026. So it is important to note that the outcomes bonus is not a student outcome. The outcomes bonus is money that the district gets from the state for increasing performance for certain students. So if you get certain students to increase performance, then you get this outcomes bonus. This goal is specific to students who meet the criteria that earn the outcomes bonus. It is still a reasonable expectation that is, or a reasonable interpretation that is not a student outcome. I know that what the board intends with this is that you're actually looking at the student outcomes that lead to the outcomes bonus, and that you don't actually care about the money. I mean, everybody cares about the money. This is public education. We definitely care about the money, but that's not the main thing. And so I think everybody in this room knows that that's not the intention, but it still is a reasonable interpretation of it. So you need to be clear that the thing that you're looking at is actually the student outcomes, and that's essentially what we've done. We've just broken it out and said, here are all of the student outcomes that are the criteria. So usually I will coach the board to be concise, but this is an example of where I will say, let's go ahead and be wordy.
So I think earlier, if I can interject, so before we had a little asterisk that basically described what Ashley has written out here. So now it's just part of that, except we took out direct to college enrollment.
Yep.
Because it's, as you explained it to me, and we all know it's a lagging indicator, so it doesn't give us really the most recent data. I think, Jacob, right now we're looking at 2021 graduates, right?
Yep.
Is that our most recent?
Yep.
This would still be a one-year lag because graduates in the work they do through August, and may take some years.
Okay.
For the direct to colleges too.
Okay. And there's nothing preventing y'all from sharing with us our old scorecard goal, like if we still wanted to have that information that include, like I guess the 22, class of 22 data becomes available. Do you know, when do we usually get that, like in the spring?
It's in the outcomes bonus. We just recently got the 2021 outcomes bonus.
In the summer. Okay.
And I would love to have that conversation with the administration and with Ashley about whether there is a way to put that back in a meaningful way. Because I think when we were creating this goal, we worked with E3. We, spoke with the chamber about their FAFSA and summer melt work, and really went back and looked at data that showed really clearly that the gap between our students who intended to go directly to college and who did go directly to college was massive among our most vulnerable students, and that we were really failing families' vision and dreams for their students and students' vision and dreams for themselves by missing that direct to college. And I think we're shortchanging our most vulnerable students if that's not there. And I would love to just have that conversation about whether there is a way to put that there and make it meaningful.
Yeah, and this is the time for that conversation right now.
Awesome.
So it is most appropriate for Superintendent and Dr. Reach to share some of that, but I can, feel free to, I'm happy to jump in if you'd like. at any
Awesome,
point.
thank you.
So-
And I appreciate, Ashley, the time we had before the meeting
Yeah.
to get that coaching, so thank
Yeah,
you.
so what would it mean to add that back in? And so there are there's a cost and there's a benefit. So I think the question is, does the cost outweigh the benefit? So what are the costs? What are the benefits? Who wants to go first?
Well, I think the benefit is it's more rich knowledge of knowing all the different pathways of our students. I think the cost is obviously waiting a year or talking about students, 2 years ago. So for our graduates this year, we won't be talking about that until 2025, till after the summer of 2025. So I think those are the two major cost benefits. I don't know think of any others.
Reasonable to get the outcomes bonus and do the student-by-student roster and then take the roster and disaggregate that information with all of the students.
I'll give one other, one other thing about just focusing on these that are helpful is that these are easier to progress monitor while the kids are still in school than direct to college is. Not that direct to college can't be progress monitored, it's just there's more to it. We're talking about conversations with counselors. It's probably a little bit more qualitative. Why this is very quantitative. I can tell you how many kids have already taken the TSI in 9th grade or 10th grade or 11th grade. I can tell you how many kids already took the ACT or SAT in 11th grade. I can tell you how many kids are already on track to get a level 1 certification or to get an industry-based certification. And we can progress monitor that. And so that is going to probably have more robust discussion around progress monitoring.
This is such a fascinating conversation. So and I appreciate the pros and cons. And earlier when you were talking about the unintended consequences, like if we, one potential con is if we take out direct to college, we could be steering more kids to CTE programs and industry certifications instead of college. And I'm not making a value judgment on one versus the other. I'm just saying that's an unintended consequence. And so I think that's a significant con, personally.
And I agree that it's not a value judgment that one is better than the other, but we have really clear data that is an ambition that a lot of our students have for themselves and a lot of our families have for their students that isn't yet being achieved for the students who need it, who have the biggest challenge is getting access to that. And I think if that's something our students, if it's their ambition, we have some obligation. So I do really appreciate the conversation. And I appreciate, instead of saying it's the outcomes bonus criteria, I really do. I think this is a big improvement to list everything. It's transparency, it's explaining to our community and really defining it with precision. And I do, instead of with an asterisk, and I do really think this is an improvement on what we had, but for that gap.
So actually, if we were to keep the direct to college, would that make this not be LSG compliant?
It would still be LSG compliant as long as, so the main part here, the main concern here is that that the administration agreed that is that it is not so that it is not going to be so constraining that it is going to prevent you from getting the information you need to see, rather than so a lot of boards will add things in just because they want to see pretty information or pretty data to kind of juxtapose the harder to look at data. But LSG is not about looking at the pretty data. It's about continuous improvement and really fleshing out the challenging stuff, which I don't think that's a challenge for this board. I think y'all have been pretty, y'all taken a lot of that head on. So it really is a matter of of the collaboration between the board and the administration right now.
Could you guys bring something back to us? I think that might be just kind of talk about it and come up with a recommendation to us about that. or some options, that would be helpful. Does that seem reasonable?
Yep.
Can I also just take a moment? I'd like to hear from the board to get your thoughts on, where are you on this? Would you want to see direct to college included in that list? No, even if there's a lag? Or are you good with keeping that out?
Is Trustee Kaufman still on the?
No, he's
Okay.
not.
Just wanted to make sure I wasn't leaving him out.
And the other thing I thought did just occur to me too, another option might be if we wanted to, if we wanted to keep it as Ashley has it there, could we create probably increase the number of goals. I'm going to say we can have a goal that's just for direct to college, or could we, if we wanted to just include that in our monitoring, but it's not a scorecard thing, could we do that, and would it count against our student outcomes minutes?
No, not at all. So that is one thing that even if it's not in the goal, the board still has to monitor that piece of data, and it still has to be reported annually as part of your CCMR report, which I would assume would be part of your annual summative report for this. But the administration you can definitely ask that it be just part of the information that's reported, even if it's not what is actually part of the accountability process.
So there's a workaround.
Yeah.
Okay.
And that is what most boards do in this situation for this reason.
And we could also use the data. Well, okay, that's good. I'm not going to ask any more questions, but that's helpful. Well, given that I think we should just come to us with your recommendations, but I have a better understanding of the different options now.
So, I'll get with the team. And so I think one question I have is between now and June, because this will be revamped, and part of it, I'm just trying to think of the sequence of reporting and how that aligns up for the next couple months. And so, we can look at it, but I just want to make sure that we don't propose something that we may not fully actually report out on in the period of time that we have. And then also, Ashley, the question for you is, so the board today in this work session provides feedback on the goals themselves. What's the expectation around any adjustments to the growth progress measures? And then when would those need to be,
so
kind of agreed to and then included as part of the score? Because a retooling is not a huge overhaul, but some of the things that we're talking about may require some adjustments in the GPMs.
So for all of the goals that we've discussed so far, the recommendation is not to change the GPMs. Okay. With the simple change is some of them need to go to the aggregate rather than specific student groups. So there would be some, you'd need to get that information, that data out there. But aside from that, I'm recommending that everything stay the same. One exception on goal 3 is that all of the data points that y'all have so all of the progress measures that you have currently, they are progress measures, so they are actually goals. So they're outcomes. So they're looking at things like the number of students that pass IB or AP courses, the number of students that earn 12 or more college courses. So it's mostly stuff that you can't update multiple times a year. And so my recommendation for those is that instead of just looking at the end, you actually look at the students who are on track to achieve those things. Okay. And that's what a lot of districts actually do is look at on-track data. But
that means we would have to update the GPMs for this scorecard goal for the spring semester.
Yeah.
I would say I'm leaning towards, and I'm just speaking for myself here, y'all do what's going to be easiest for you.
Yeah.
Honestly.
Yeah.
Just
because it is just for the rest of this year. And some of the stuff like the college enrollment, I just realized we're not even going to get new data on that until after June.
That's
so it's kind of irrelevant.
I would like to put that as placeholder then, a strong placeholder when we talk about our
Yeah.
CCMR HB3 goal.
Okay.
And scorecard next. I will let that go for now.
Okay, I think we're good.
Yeah. Okay. Do whatever it is. I can just feel your energy.
No, I'm just trying to get all this to fit and
I
kind
hear
of
you.
Yeah.
line up
No,
with.
use your time another way.
Yeah. Just do whatever's easier
Agreed.
at this point and to make it compliant. And because I only say that because I'm confident that if we asked you for data and we asked the staff for data, you guys will give it to us. You've been very
Oh,
good
yeah.
about that.
Yeah, if I were not also confident about that, I would have very different recommendations for this entire process. Trustee Lugo?
Yeah, sorry, I just want to, I don't know how we document this or keep this as a practice, because you know what worries me? What worries me is when a working relationship is solid, it's based on trust, right? Everybody's getting along in the sense of we understand what we're trying to measure. We understand where we're trying to go. I mean, just looking at the data from earlier, there's no happy data, right? I mean, really.
Yeah.
What worries me about that is, but what about when? What about when we have a rubber stamp board? What about when we don't trust the data? Because I've served on the board when I didn't trust the data, quite frankly. And when we were given nebulous information that made it really hard to pinpoint, like, no, the system is broken. We know the system, and you guys aren't telling. And so that's what I worry about.
Yeah.
So while I agree to the extent that, like, hey guys, let's just make it through this, and you know, we trust the administration. I just wanted to make sure that that's publicly known. Like, that really worries me. It really worries me.
Yeah, and I think that is actually the driving force behind the desire from several of you to actually update the targets and get really, really tight on ensuring that your data is really grounded in a comprehensive needs assessment and not just, spaghetti. And so that process will really begin in January when the board is going to have to go out and do community engagement. And the community engagement is fast and furious, and it's intense, but it also is a lot of fun. And so you'd go out to the community and you get really clear on so first of all, you define who is our community. And then you get really clear on what the community, what the vision is and what the values are. So once you do that, while you're doing that, the administration works on that needs assessment, really digging into the data and trying to understand the root cause and the things that are driving the performance challenges of the district. And then when you come together and have that conversation about what changes you want to see and how you align the community's vision and values with what the expectations that you're setting, that is where you really can start to set really clear expectations and where this board, these humans sitting here today, have the ability to change the patterns of the past so that if you do end up with, I'm going to use your terminology, Trustee Lugo, a rubber stamp board, that they're going to that will require them to change patterns that y'all have put into place and change systems that you've established that really instill accountability for improving outcomes for students. Not just, do we like the superintendent? We all like Matthias, he's great, but is he actually moving the needle for the kids that haven't seen that shift in a very long time? That's the question. All right. No pressure. All right, let's look at the last one. So I kind of flew.
I'm confident. I just need to know the goals. And I'll
All right, so as I was visiting with Trustee Singh yesterday, and as I shared with all of you, my initial recommendation was to just throw out that first goal that is specific to all special education or students receiving special education services, but for all grades and all subjects. She said, Ashley, I understand that that's not a good goal, but we still need to be looking at special education. We still, that's why we're here. That's why you're here. That's our big thing right now, and it's important. And I agree with her. And so we talked about different options. And so we then looked at different districts that are also dealing with similar issues with their special education services, and identified this goal and talked about whether or not this might be a good fit for Austin ISD. And I am not a school board member in Austin ISD, so I can't say whether or not this is a good fit for this school district. But you are, and you all can identify that. The challenge with this goal right now, and I actually do really appreciate this goal. I think that it has a level of refinement, and it provides a depth of information specific to what the board is looking for. So it looks at Domain 2, Part A, which is the school growth indicator in the Texas Accountability Framework that measures student growth. So for students who are demonstrating growth from year to year. So it's looking, and that's why it's looking at grades 4 through 8, not 3 through 8, because those are the kind of the commonly accepted main ones. So this is also looking, you'd also be looking, this is inclusive of the middle school information, and Domain 2 Part A looks at both reading and math. So it kind of is a marriage of those two goals that I'm recommending you get rid of, but it's not a perfect marriage. And it is just looking at students who are receiving special education services. So I'll read it. Students in grades 4 through 8 who receive special education services that demonstrate and maintain growth as measured by Domain 2 Part A school growth indicator of the Texas Accountability System will increase from X% in May 23 to Y% in May 28. So this is a goal. It's looking at growth for students receiving special education services. The challenge with this one is it's a little bit more than just a retool. This is kind of getting into creating something new. And so you would have, superintendent would have to go back and develop goal progress measures, which would probably take a little bit longer. And we did look at some of the goal progress measures that this district was using, and they said that's not realistic for this district. It's data that is not, it's apples and oranges essentially. So Matthias would have to, I'm sorry, Dr. Segura would have to.
Engineer Matthias.
Would have to go back and make, develop some new goal progress measures. And so this is, I think that there are two questions here. One is, how do we feel about this goal? And two is, how do we feel about this goal right now? Is this something that the board wants to make a priority to adopt at this point in time, or does it make more sense to use this as a guidepost for where you want to go in the spring? And that's a conversation for you all to have.
So my first question is based on the calculation. So if 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th, right? And so how would that be calculated if it's a change in? Would it be just you're not averaging averages, percentages. You're going to take the scores and then average them over the total?
I think this is data that comes straight from the state.
Yeah, so we can have 2A data, but.
Yeah, it's basic And now
semesters.
they divided those approaches into 2 levels, low and high, and did not mean it's divided into low and high. If you get growth, counted as making growth, you have to go from one level to the next.
Mm-hmm.
So we do track that through a tracking system on math as well. We do look for students to be making that kind of gains from one meeting to the next.
Yeah, we currently have a data tracker tool, where we progress monitor this for all the domain 3 groups.
Yep.
So we could retool that to do special education specifically. And really, they get a point for growth, and it's basically the total number of points earned out of the total number of students eligible, and then that would be your percentage. Normally, you do it within 1 grade per student, but it's easy to do it.
Multiple grade, okay, that's my question, is
I
multiple
say
grade.
easy, we could retool
We just
the tool.
add all of them up in a denominator and then divide
That's what I was thinking, is if that's simple.
by the new numerator,
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I get
It's a
grade
new
to grade,
percentage.
that many grade levels together is what I was asking.
We will not average the percentage of 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th grade. Don't worry. We will.
Well, I think the question for the board might be, do we want to, have the administration kind of rush and get this together as part of the retooling, or do we use this as a basis for like a conversation for the spring? Which means we would sunset our special ed goal, but we could still have the administration present on it because sped minutes count too.
I was
right?
going to say, that because essentially TEA said anything measuring special education compliance. So that really opens the floor up for y'all to.
I think for me, so when you presented this to me and I was like, no, we can't take sped off of the scorecard, that's the main reason. It was our number 1 goal, right? Like its placement was indicative of how much weight, it had. At the same time, I feel like if we can still make sure that's, for me personally, if we can make sure that's still part of the board monitoring calendar for this school year, and we still consider it perhaps as part of the superintendent evaluation, if we want, we could still do that, right? Or no, I don't know.
So with the evaluation, it's a little bit trickier because you really need to, so one of the things that kind of a constant coaching that I'm sure y'all have heard from me a couple of times already is that what happens in the boardroom will be seen in the classroom. And so we don't like it when teachers move the goalpost for students. We don't like it when principals move the goalpost for teachers. And so if you set new expectations for how the superintendent will be evaluated kind of mid-year, then it is sending a message that new expectations might come along.
So that would be a
anyway.
reason to not change it.
Yeah.
To this.
And so, or you could still monitor it, but maybe weight it differently, or just not include it for this year's evaluation and make it part of next year's evaluation. There are a lot of different ways that you could do it. I do definitely recommend, if you're going to have a goal, it needs to be tied to the superintendent's evaluation. But we are in the middle of the school year, and the coaching is actually very clear that the superintendent should have at least 1 full school year of implementation before being evaluated on a goal.
So I have a question. I think the corollary, Ashley, to your point that what happens in the boardroom trickles down is that if we remove a measure of outcomes for our students receiving special education services, that could trickle down too. And we're in a moment where I think we're really building trust with our community as well, that we're not about checking boxes with special education. We're not just about compliance with special education. We're about real outcomes and really doing the work, and that those things matter because they matter for student outcomes. And so I think the concern I have is that I know we need to work through Lone Star governance, and I know that we have obligations to TEA, but we also are building trust with our community. And I think the damage done if we have nothing about student outcomes for students receiving special education services, the damage done could be large. And I would love to find out if there's a way to do this without too much disruption that keeps the keeps it as a value on our scorecard. Understanding it's going to take some time to come up with GPMs, understanding, but still keeps it there as a measure of the significance. And like you said, that's why we're all here together. And we know it's important. So I think that's the flip side, and just would love to get thoughts about that from the administration and other trustees.
So I guess, Jacob and I have probably a couple thoughts on this. So what gives me pause, I do agree with you. I think my preference would be to have something on this retooled scorecard that speaks to students receiving special education services. What concerns me is developing growth progress measures, fairly quickly, and then the other concern I have is, would they be revisited in the spring anyway? And so if the administration spent, the month of November and a part of December developing growth progress measures, and then we track them for the spring semester, we would actually be revisiting those perhaps as early as February and March if this didn't continue on in the same way. And so I'm just thinking about kind of what that would look like. And so I also know that this would, because it's a goal, it would count for our minutes. So there's a lot to weigh here, but it's a big lift.
Let me ask this question. When do y'all, so have you monitored your CCMR goal yet?
Yes.
You have? Was that the one you monitored tonight? I didn't.
No.
It wasn't. Okay. So you've already monitored it this quarter. So in the next quarter, so when would you monitor it again?
I want to say January, but I need to look.
Okay. So one of the things, no, that's not CCMR. That's the special education.
When would we do the SPED again?
Yeah.
It would either be February or March. It
February or
just
March?
depends. I think it's February.
Okay. So one of the things that your lovely monitor just reminded me is that you will be looking at special education data with all of your goals because of the disaggregated data. So that would be inclusive of that. And one thing that you could do is you could even break that data out and have a specific monitoring conversation specific to special education for those goals, and have that be the special education compliance monitoring for that month. As that could be the way to to draw the through line from now until March, when you're able to have a more do more work to refine this goal and make it work for the district.
Many minds are helpful. Thank you. I like that idea.
I guess I was thinking from looking at, I know this is just a goal that was come up with, not necessarily like the goal if we had one for special education. Like, is this the goal? And just thinking as a parent of a student receiving special education services, which certainly I do not speak for all parents. We all are different and have different goals for our individual children. Like, if this up there makes me feel like my student is getting what she needs, I don't know. I don't feel very attached to that goal. Yeah, I don't think that excites me about, is this what you're going to do
that was actually
for
one
my
of,
child?
One of the questions that I had is, the two questions were, is this the goal? So is this it? And is right now the time? So I think we've talked about, is right now the time? So to Catherine's point, is this the goal? And so this is a deviation from what you were looking at before, which any goal is going to be a deviation from what you were looking at before. But what this is doing is it's really looking at how students are growing. So what kind of growth they are demonstrating across those grade levels. And so there are definitely benefits to looking at growth, especially in this population, because it's not necessarily, it's not proficiency. So you're not looking at the standard. So it's not all kids are expected to meet the same standard. It is acknowledging that growth is something that we value as well. I'm not saying that that's right or wrong. That's not a value judgment. It's just kind of explaining what it is that you'd be looking at.
I think what's difficult for me, like when because I'm thinking of the progress, I'm thinking of MAP growth specifically, I like looking at pure growth numbers, like beginning to here, the percentage. And then MAP growth is like the percentage, your percentile of growth compared to other I feel like that's less informative to me. And I know, and I'm thinking about my particular child and her, because, she got to take the MAP. She's a kindergartner and took it at the beginning of the year. And some of these students are going to score, really, really high. So their growth percentage might be lower, but they still grow. So I think it's the measure that is the GPM, I guess that would be used for that wouldn't necessarily inform what I'd want to know.
That to me suggests that it's probably worth not going through the pain of coming up with measures and a new process that might not be one we stick with. And that I think the other proposal is really pretty elegant, that it ensures we're talking about it, we can really highlight it and pull it out in a different way. To me, that seems like a really elegant answer that doesn't add work in a new way. And then we can really be thoughtful in the spring about what a special education goal would look like.
I see head nods. Okay. All right. Those are my proposals for goals 1, 2, 3, and 4. So what I'm hearing is that goals 1 and goals 2, so those are your House Bill 3 goals, third grade reading, third grade math, we're good with that. Goal 3 is the one that's specific to CCMR, so administration is going to come back with maybe some recommendations for that one. Is that where we landed on that? Okay. And this one is going to go join the dodo, or, okay. All right.
And then what did we say, what did we decide finally with the middle school math? We're just going to sunset that one too? Yes? For now.
I definitely do.
But I still want a presentation on it. We're still gonna, can we, and we
If
can
it's
still
not
do
a
that.
goal, it's not board work.
Or we can have a place where it's public to the any
Yeah.
Yes.
information that the community is telling us is important, we can make available to them.
Yep. And I do definitely recommend that the board consider it in the spring. And I think the data will dictate that, so. All right, so are we ready to move on to talk about constraints? Okay.
I don't think we have a choice.
All right, so you have 19 total goals. We just pared the first 5 down to 3. Now let's talk about number 6 through 19. Okay, so number 6, the percent of students in grade 11 or 12 who successfully complete a 3rd or 4th course in a non-core subject on an approved list, CTE, coherent sequence, or athletic, fine arts, or visual arts sequence shall increase from 48% to 80% by August 2026. And so this is within the category that y'all have identified as student well-being and equity. And so what I've done in making these recommendations, I've actually split this category into 3 separate constraints. So one is specific to this goal, And what I did, or this constraint, so it would be the constraint and then essentially taking the goal, this goal, and making it into 2 constraint progress measures. So the percentage of students in da-da-da. So the first one is specific to a non-core CTE coherent sequence. And the second one is specific to the athletics, fine arts, or visual arts sequence. You can adopt 3 constraint progress measures for each constraint. But this really, there were 2 obvious ways to break it up into 2. You could also keep it into 1 and just have 1 constraint progress measure for it. You could also separate fine arts and visual arts into a 3rd constraint progress measure and just have a 2nd one on athletics. But that's, the board might have opinions on that. But that's my recommendation for goal 6. And the more important thing is constraint around what this goal is actually getting to, which is the superintendent shall not prevent students from pursuing coherent pathways outside of core courses. This is starting language. This is language that came from my head, not yours. So the intention is for y'all to do a little bit of wordsmithing if you'd like. And I think some people might have some ideas on that. So what do y'all think about constraint number 1?
I was laughing because I could just picture Matthias standing there like, no, you can't. You can't take the CTE class. I'm sorry.
That's my worry about this one, is that prevent is not the right word, and we need a thesaurus. We need some deeper thought about it, because I think we have this goal because it's not because it's overt, because it's insidious.
Yeah.
And it is an issue of double blocking in middle school that keeps kids from having that opportunity. If you have a middle school that does a lot of double blocking and kids don't have access to band, for example, in middle school, and a feeder school with a strong band program, when those kids come together, the kids who haven't had that access never feel successful. And you have a program that withers. When you have, it's much more insidious than that. When you can't pass the TSI and you can't get access to a CTE sequence that requires, dual enrollment, whatever those things are. So I think it captures what we were looking for, but prevent isn't the right word, and I don't have an answer yet. But
although, as I'm thinking about this, do we, Jacob or anyone, do y'all know? I know when this is not written as a disaggregated goal, like in our original scorecard, but when we looked at it, I believe we did look at it in a disaggregated way, correct? Was there a big difference between EcoDis and all? Do you remember? I mean, I imagine there was, but what I'm getting at is, because this is a constraint and it seems we have more flexibility here, is this a place where we could reintroduce some of that EcoDis?
It is.
Or is this changing too much from, although this could mess with your GPMs and everything for the short term.
So that's where I was just about to go, is that when you tinker with it, you're tinkering with the number. Like it's going to require a little bit of.
Don't worry about it. Just ignore that. I was just thinking out loud. But I would say for the spring, when we talk about this, I would be interested in maybe making this a more equity and language kind of goal. But for now, maybe we just keep it as it is.
Yeah, and so as Lynn was sharing her part about, it's really the access that you're talking about, ensuring that that there is not that there aren't inequities in the different levels of access that students have across different parts of town and on different campuses, and so a constraint around the inequitable access to resources, inequitable access to programming. Those are pretty common constraints because they're pretty common issues across the nation. So
I think for now, if we change prevent to limit and then revisit it, okay, that's our answer then.
Good. I just opened thesaurus.com on my computer, so I'm glad y'all saved me from a search.
And then we can work towards something.
Okay.
Okay. Score. Nice.
Good deal. I'm going to go ahead and hamper.
I was going to say hamper. But I couldn't think of anything else other than hamper.
Yep.
Limit's
like
much
it.
better than hamper.
Okay, so any questions before we move on? All right, y'all are doing great. Constraint, so I'm going to introduce the constraint language for this one, and then we'll talk about the progress measures. Constraint number 2, so this is, again, student well-being and equity. I preserved the original language that y'all had on this one. The superintendent will not allow a disparity in student discipline actions based on race, ethnicity, socioeconomic status, or ability. I think that even as I'm reading that out loud, I don't love the language. So, and I know that, I can't remember which one of you I was talking to, but I know that one of you has some ideas. Did you have a suggestion?
Yeah, one thing, when I met with Ashley before the meeting, we discussed the superintendent will not allow the disparity, naming that it's real, to persist. Which captures the fact that it's working to be reduced.
What does everybody else
I could get
think?
behind that.
All right,
And the CPMs are focused on African-American students and students receiving special education services, because that, that was here, and that's what the data kind of indicated to us. So, and if that is the case, do we need, would you recommend that we keep socioeconomic status? Because that's not one of the lenses that we're calling out. That's not.
You mean, so adding a CPM for socioeconomic?
No, I'm saying, should we delete that
Oh,
from
yeah, we
the
can
actual
definitely take
name
that
of it?
out.
I mean, I don't know what y'all want to.
It's at the will of the board.
And instead of ability, I would prefer special education status or something like, it's not really, there's probably a more descriptive, more accurate, precise language.
I think what's hard for me on that is being a teacher at a campus where I'm pretty sure that, this was probably a board goal to have, these numbers be low. And so that was something that was happening at the campus, but it wasn't resulting in more support for what students needed and helping them be successful in class. It was, I have seen, on campuses where a student was pushed into a class, this is several years ago, by an administrator, and the door was held shut while the student was throwing desks, at other students, to keep them in the class, because that was the expectation. So sometimes, what we measure will happen, but how it happens matters. So, and I mean, this is kind of the fear of all of these goals.
Yeah.
Is how we do things does matter for student outcomes. So you could say, oh, that campus had great discipline data, but there was no training or extra support to, help students in learning and management. So,
and we have been hearing anecdotally that is an unintended consequence of the school.
So I guess one question is, so that's definitely something for us to think about when we do this and, rework all this in the spring. And for now, are we okay with this as it is written here, or do we feel like we need to address the issue the very important issue that you just brought up now in the retooling?
I mean, I think it's with all of it. It's well, what are we really trying to do? What we really want is like those students not to be discriminated against. We want them learning, we want them, like our students getting access to opportunities, and we know they're not getting to do that in a disciplinary setting. So what, like, you know, I think we really want is this, and we also know that like students who are supported, who have inclusive classrooms, who have really, really well-trained adults and experts and the right amount of adults and support, like that all students can do well.
Ashley, how have other districts kind of handled this?
Yeah, so so I have seen constraints around the types of wraparound services and supports that districts are providing for students. And those usually result in some type of constraint progress measure around like restorative discipline practices and primarily the effective implementation, or like the implementation measures, and that's what really gets in the, because that's where a lot of, so it's not that restorative practices is bad, but a lot of teachers don't like it because it has been implemented very poorly. I don't know if that is not a judgment to Austin. I don't know if that's true here. I can say the district where I was a school board member, it was definitely an issue. And it wasn't because, and actually now they have a pretty effective restorative practices program, but it's because it has been completely revamped and implemented very differently. And it is more student-based. I'm not suggesting that should be your strategies, or those should be your strategies, but those are types of things, and usually, so student support services around, so providing like the wraparound type support. So I don't know if you have like youth advocates and those types of programs, or those are usually the things that that support a constraint like this.
Like one of the things, you know, I think I mentioned in the information session earlier, that we've spent a lot of time in the last couple of days meeting with our schools, and we have seen discipline issues go down a fair amount this year. And one of the things that we're learning is that some of the schools that are being really effective are bringing in different programs. Like we heard CHAMPS over and over again. That's something that's been introduced, and so, you know, it's reducing the pressure in the entire school. There's a lot of things that are positive out of that, but that was an action that was taken by the administration to support the campus, introduce the program, provide the training. So that I think is ultimately one of the things that comes out of this, but it's hard to see it like when you have it like in this format. Like you don't get to that from this table. You know, and it's really, really tough because, you know, this is tracking, you know, secondary really, not elementary. And so there's a lot there. I can understand kind of that perspective, because I think what we're doing as a system doesn't necessarily come through in this table in this way.
Yeah.
And then the other question I have is, when this goal was set before it turned into a constraint, the target was based on a student population, and so that's changed also.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it varies. So I guess one question I would have, and maybe not for today, but in the spring, you know, does that get re-baseline? You know, we have seen an increase in the number of students receiving special education services, and so that goal was set based on the students that were receiving at that time. And so if we kind of re-baseline this, would you expect that number, instead of 14%, to be something greater than that? So again, just want to make sure that we're talking about that, because you might get to a place where you're targeting 14%, but your student population receiving special education services is actually 18%.
Yep.
Then you would have actually created it's an illogical like sequence, like it didn't make sense. And so we just want to make sure that we're talking about that transparently, because those numbers do move over time, especially as we work through all the challenges we have.
Yep. Do you mind coming to a mic? So, oh wait, is David still on? Is Dr. Kaufman still zooming in? Okay. Well,
Close to a half hour.
yeah, if you don't mind,
Good.
just so it gets picked up.
Okay, so for those of you I haven't met, I'm Sherry Marsh. I'm the TEA monitor. So as y'all were talking through this, everything you said is about increasing positive behavior interventions and supports for kids. So I'm wondering if that could be the measure, how you increase those. And that kind of aligns with the agreed order, because the multi-tiered systems of support is a huge piece that TEA addressed in the agreed order, that the leadership team here is going to create a brand new manual. It's going to include behavior and academic interventions. So just a thought.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Y'all got a good one in her.
I know.
So, and so that actually brings me, so she brought up another point. So when you do revisit this information in the spring, you probably will want to adopt a more robust constraint around the special education services. Just because right now you're looking at the evaluations. Your evaluation problem is going to go away at some point, or it's going to become less of the problem, and you're going to have other things that you're going to have to focus on. So, and I feel like I read an article recently that y'all are doing pretty good on that. So
We're making progress.
yeah. All right. So this is the one that you have for now. I think that, Catherine, I think your observations on this are spot on, and there are usually some unintended consequences for this type of constraint. The question is, does that mean that you get rid of it, or do you want to maintain it and keep the still be able to monitor it and have conversations about it, but improve it in the spring? What do y'all think?
I'd like to continue to monitor it. I mean, we've been talking about it, and I think if we feel like we're making progress on it, I think that's valuable to talk about.
Okay. What do y'all think on this side?
Love the board, whatever.
How about you, Andrew? Or Trustee Gonzalez?
I keep hearing Matthias say again and again that he wants to be sure not to, like, overload what we're trying to create goal progress measures for. And so if this is something that they feel, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know how I feel about it now that I'm talking about it out loud. I'm sorry.
Yeah. I mean, you already have goal progress measures for this one. So you wouldn't have to recreate anything, right? And we're only when are we gonna look at this data?
We'll do it one more time.
Okay, in the spring.
Yeah. I think it's February. I would need to check.
Okay.
And of course, we're going to have to reschedule some of these anyway to make sure that they're balanced through the month.
So
But we would do it one more time.
Okay, so I guess our options are, do we keep it or do we take it out? Do y'all mind if we just kind of go down the line and see what people want to do?
And I also would like to clarify, this time counts against our time.
Nope. So our time right now?
The discussion of the constraint.
When we discuss
yeah.
constraints, that is not a student outcome, that counts against our student outcomes.
So it counts as an adult so it is adult outcome focused time, not student outcome focused time. So I wasn't going to say it, but I'm going to say it. So I know that we've kind of socialized, and I'm guilty of this too, of saying like the time counts for us or it counts against us.
We will be more precise.
I don't want to suggest that time that is not spent focusing on student outcomes is not valuable. And because it is, you still have a lot of really important things that you have to do, and those times are important. It is critical that you do those things. And so that's why the recommendation is only to get to 50%. So that was more something that I have been wanting to say, but I haven't. So you just opened the door. That's not necessarily in response to you, but it is adult focused time, not student outcome focused time. However, the one the what special education one would count towards student outcomes, because that's one of the concessions TEA has made.
Thank you.
And on that same note, constraint number 3 is special education compliance and equity. This one would definitely count towards student outcomes time, even though it's a constraint. It would be the qualified time. Superintendent will not allow the number of past due special education evaluations to increase or remain the same.
Okay.
Do we like that language? Okay. And then that's just the same things that you already have. The next one.
Yeah.
Did it have a typo?
I think we wanted to resolve number 2 first. I mean, do y'all, yeah, let's do that. Because I don't feel like we have closure on number 2. So
I would say like the value that I see in it is, in spite of maybe good or bad ways of decreasing those disparities still exist. And, you know, something I thought was, you know, and it's showing me that those populations where this is happening, or those schools need more support or need more training, or like more robust IEPs, or that there's something going on, like with the number of students, with the number of, like the disparities are big, and then, you know, it's pretty shocking when you look at it campus by campus. Even population, like places where the populations are smaller, and how big, like it's very interesting to look at the data, which might not tell the whole story of how and what is happening, but.
Yeah. I would say I feel like it's valid and worth discussing. And it also, I think, informs our budget work to find out, you know, what resources are needed. I think it's an important conversation. And I think our community expects it right now, and I think we can improve it, rethink it. And I think it also gives us a chance to talk about methods and how things are being handled, and what unintended consequences might be. So I think it gives us a better foundation for talking about what we might do differently.
Yeah. And so definitely all of the things that Catherine mentioned, or those are generally the direction that a lot of boards are going towards with their constraints, especially specific to special education compliance. It's not necessarily compliance per se. And one of the like common pieces of coaching is you shouldn't adopt a constraint that says don't break the law, which is essentially what a compliance constraint is. And especially when you're in a situation where you're already out of compliance, saying don't be out of compliance isn't going to do anything. But getting really clear to like what it means to be out of compliance and what the actual implications are. So looking at things like how ARD timelines for ARD meetings are being maintained, and how like the complaints from complaint status from parents that are saying that their students' IEPs aren't being met. Or even just looking at like the actual, like there are a lot of data points within the IEP process that you can look at. I think that you're going to have a lot of options for how you can really build out a very robust constraint around this moving forward.
So just to continue going down the line on number 2, it sounded like we had a yes-ish from Trustee Whitley Chu to keep this as part of this retooled scorecard, correct? For number 2, and then a yes from Trustee Boswell. I'm okay keeping it in, but you know I am a little concerned about it counting as adult time, adult minutes. So I would say if we do keep it in, then we if we need to be open to the fact that be open to maybe video recording the presentation, and then using the board meeting time to ask questions or something like that.
Trustee Singh, I would ask if CPM 2.2 would not count for our time because it is discussing special education.
Oh, yeah. What it?
Yeah, oh, I thought I already said that. I thought I already
Yeah,
clarified that.
No,
part
we were
one.
talking
Okay,
about
that's true.
CPM3.
So,
But out of 2.1 and 2.2.
Oh, yeah, so
should count.
I think that's, and I
So
think I
half
went
of our
on.
time on that discussion should count.
I think I moved on in my head and y'all were still
okay,
on.
you're right. Okay. Vice President Foster?
I'm agnostic. I'm fine with the will of the board.
Okay. Trustees? Yes? Okay, so we'll keep it.
Okay.
Okay.
Now the special education
Sorry,
compliance.
yes.
I'm sorry. I'm
No,
sorry.
you're good. I just want to make sure we heard from everyone.
All right, so this one, superintendent will not allow the number of past due special education evaluations to increase or remain the same.
I think for now, I'm good with that.
You good? Okay.
Yeah. Let's keep it.
Constraint number 4, and I think that this one, so I think this is an area that speaks to Trustee Whitley Chu's concerns to a degree. I think that there's definitely room to improve upon some of these things for the future. But right now, it just has it's all of the constraint progress measure language is just the language that y'all have already got on those goals. And the constraint itself, the superintendent will not allow a culture of employee burnout. Getting into the conversation y'all are going to have in the future, I definitely think you might consider including some language around supports for teachers and those items.
Yeah, I'm good with this, except we need to fix the headline next to constraint. 'Cause
Yes.
Yeah,
That was.
thank you.
All right. And then number 5, culture of respect and customer service. The superintendent will not allow parents and students to be disengaged. And again, these are all of the goals that y'all had. Percentage of staff satisfaction measured by the school climate survey. I think the school climate survey that y'all are referring to is the Panorama survey. Is that accurate? Okay. So staff satisfaction, student satisfaction, and family satisfaction. And so in general, you want to ensure that your constraint progress measures are you have the ability to update those multiple times per year, even though you're just monitoring them once per year. So I don't think that you give all of these multiple times per year, but you do give some of them multiple times per year, and I think at different points in the year.
And going back to 4.1,
So-
wasn't an issue with that measure that the folks who got promoted to administrative positions or instructional coaches ended up counting against
Yeah.
that number, which is sort of an
In
unintended
that number, yeah, so it's-
measure, unintended
Like, so if we had
consequence.
a teacher go to instructional coach that was a teacher in the same
At the
school.
same campus.
At the same campus, they would still be counted against us.
Or an AP.
Yeah.
That might need some tweaking.
Yeah. No, I want to retweak that whenever we get to the next phase. Like,
Agreed.
I mean, I think
okay.
that one needs to be a change. There's a lot of these that
Okay.
I think need
So
to be.
for the retention ones, don't we just look at that, and maybe, did we already just talk about this? But we just looked at that. So we're not going to look at this again before June,
There'll be
right?
one more.
No, there won't.
Not the staff, is that what you?
Then let's just scratch it.
4.1
4.1
and 4.2.
4 point, all of 4, because we already talked about it, and we're not going to revisit it until after we do the big redo of the scorecard.
Even so, I think it has a place on our scorecard because it states our values that we've already adopted. And I think if our community, I mean, we're hearing and are listening, teacher satisfaction and support of our students is super
Or-
important to our community. And I think if we get rid of it, again, it's just, even if we're not going to monitor it,
That's fine, because actually then we
It's a
can put
statement
it
that it
in
matters.
in the superintendent evaluation. Okay, so never
Yeah.
mind.
and I would
So we're not
say
actually going to be talking about it.
CPM 4.3, I think, is not super valuable. I'd love to hear from our data people about how valuable the percentage of staff survey participation is as a measure of how our staff feel. to me, I don't see how that really gives us a whole lot of information.
I believe that the positive too would be that it does show some level of engagement. You know, having no opinion is sometimes just as bad as having a negative opinion. And so we certainly want people to give their feedback. But to the extent that this shows like how much we sit down teachers and make them take it, it would be very invaluable, or I'm sorry, unvaluable, not invaluable.
Yeah, makes me think about unintended consequences and.
I think the risk we're trying to mitigate is that you get to a survey and then only 15% of the teachers take it, and then it's not valuable to anybody. So we can do either way.
And I'd love to talk as we move forward about how valuable we think Panorama is versus something we do in-house, if we think that's, as we move into January.
That'll be part of the budgeting process as well.
All right. Are we ready to move on from 4 and on to 5? Okay, are we keeping 4.3 or are we sunsetting 4.3?
Keep it.
Keep it? Okay. Constraint 5, superintendent will not allow parents and students to be disengaged. This is specific to having a culture of respect and customer service. And so again, these are things that you've already been looking at. Staff satisfaction survey, student satisfaction survey, and family satisfaction survey.
I don't love the wording. I don't have better wording, but I think it's a little like Archie said, like, don't participate in theater, you know, whatever it is.
What about
It's
the
not-
superintendent will not operate without a plan to engage?
Closer.
So my coaching around that, so anytime that you say the superintendent will not operate without, you're essentially, it's essentially a directive. Yeah, but you can.
Do it. How does he not allow them?
Well, yeah, that's what I'm reacting
He would
to.
have to create a barrier.
And what we want is to create an invitation.
Yeah.
But I don't know how we abridge, but I don't know how we word that within our guidelines.
So what do y'all think? I mean, this is your place to come up with language that you like, and just so you know, the process is usually me coming to the board and saying, here's the value, you write a constraint from scratch. So we've given you at least the ability to say, I don't like this one. So what do you like?
Not allow negative school culture.
Will not allow negative. Will not allow negative school culture.
Okay, so let's look at what the progress measures are actually doing. They're looking at staff satisfaction, student satisfaction, and family satisfaction. But really, what they're measuring is so it is looking at the satisfaction is measured on the scorecard. So. Do you want them to be happy, or do you want them to be engaged, or do you want them to complete the like they're
The school climate.
What is it that
section
you're-
is a subsection of the survey.
yeah. So what are
them to be partners in a community
You want
that
them to be
serves our- and
partners?
supports our students.
you
like
could
what
say that
Jacob said.
superintendent will not allow parent will not allow stakeholders to be stakeholder satisfaction to decline or remain the same.
To me, it's campus level culture. Like the superintendent will not allow campus culture.
Is that what we're going for?
That
Jacob said it, I think.
Campus and,
well,
oh
it's just
wait, I
give
know.
him a hard time about it.
There are,
Yeah.
but there are questions in there related to the district too. Remember in Panorama, we
There
have one.
are. But where most families engage the district is at that campus level, and even with the progress monitoring we were talking about tonight, it's like, what is that parent connection to our student success? What's that parent connection to that belonging that leads to enrollment, that leads to student well-being and success? So that's really what that's what it, just to me. And most of our parents never have to know we exist. Like, that's where people engage with the district most.
I'm good with whatever.
So Jacob, earlier when I was thinking, I was actually ahead. So we have one more survey coming. I was thinking about this constraint, not the one previously, but we had staff and.
So in the fall, all staff, all campus staff
All
took a
campus
survey.
staff, that's right.
In the spring, we will have parents, campus staff, central office staff, and students take a survey.
Yeah. Okay, so.
Okay, so what would we, I still kind of liked what you came up with, Jacob. Not allow a negative campus culture.
But
or-
what can we say, not allow a negative climate and culture? I mean, because it's district-wide
Or
though.
climate, yeah.
I mean, that's the thing is.
Yeah, you would say that.
Or will not allow a negative climate and culture to persist, or, something like that.
Yeah, because it's district-wide. I mean, that's.
Nope.
Has to be in the
It
negative.
has to be negative. We had it
I know.
as a positive.
I know.
That's where we started. All right. All right.
It's positive.
So why don't we, can we just have, do we have to decide at the second, because it's getting late?
No.
Okay, so why don't we just come up with.
Oh,
can
December
y'all come up
14th.
with
I'm thinking
something?
y'all are voting on this next week. Yes, no, that's right. So,
When are we voting on this?
The 14th, December.
14th of December.
December.
so this is my ask for the board. So you've looked, you have it to look at. I would like to ask for you all to think about the language. If you can come up with, if you can think of some constraints that you like better, if you think of some language that you'd like better, or if you'd like to just reach out to me and just talk through some. We can hop on a Zoom and we can brainstorm and be thought partners. If between now and the 14th, if you all can share with me, so individually share with me ideas that you have, I can collect those. And just to be clear, when I talk with each of you about your ideas, I'm only talking to you individually about your ideas. So I won't be talking to Andrew about Lynn's ideas, or Lynn to Lynn about Catherine's ideas. It's just conversations between us. And I know that you probably don't mind that sharing, but it is important for the Texas Open Meetings Act that that even,
Correct.
just like with the conversations that you have with the superintendent and staff. So what we can do is collect your feedback, and then in your next meeting, let's see, not the 14th, the meeting
December
after, we
7th.
can share those. So your first meeting in December, we can compile that, share that information with you all, post it publicly, and then you can discuss it in that meeting if you choose, or we can narrow it down. But it can be an ongoing conversation with us and the superintendent, and we will share data publicly
Would it
every
be
time you have a meeting.
possible to have, to do some of that pre-work so that we have like a penultimate draft ready, like on December 7th? That already incorporates the feedback from folks. So the expectation would be to get, Ashley, your input by like December 2nd or something.
Yeah.
So
I would say, if that's the case, I would say probably need to get everybody's feedback. So I will need to get, hear from everyone by, let's say, November 30th. That is 3 weeks from now. Yes, 3 weeks.
And we're still talking about the temporary ones, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
There's a lot of work, y'all. I'm just
I
saying,
know.
be cognizant of that and like deciding on what hill you want to die on.
Yeah.
We have a lot of work to do. So I'm just asking everybody to think about that.
I hear you.
Very fair.
And I don't mean as a reprimand. It's just late and it sounds like it's a frustration, but it's not. It's just like, why are we still talking about this? Just.
Okay,
All
so
right.
December 7th, we'll have a draft
Yes.
that we will vote on December 14th. And so if you guys have feedback, send it to Ashley by
The 30th.
the 30th of this month.
And then on the, just to be clear, the fiscal stewardship, those never made
Oh,
it into constraints?
those never made it
I
in.
just want to make sure.
Yes,
just make-
and on, so the last one, I do want to point this out because it was a major point of conversation with President Singh that, let's see, I'm going to go up to our theory of action. So the final goal that you all have, number 19, is
Student share.
the district will increase its student share within its boundaries who choose AISD. So this is not a SMART goal. So you could create some kind of constraint around it, but you're kind of maxed out with your constraints right now. And what we really had a conversation about was, is this one of the things that y'all want to do, or is this the thing that y'all want to do? And I think that what we actually landed on is this is the actual overarching value of all of these constraints. What you're trying to do is create a situation, create the conditions for where the community wants to choose Austin ISD, where you're not worried about all of the conversations about charters and vouchers and the threats that we have in public education today, because you are the choice. There is maybe there are other options out there, but you're the one that people are picking. And so that was kind of the nature or the reason that we wanted to include this theory of action language and to show you what that could be. And so if we provide students with well-rounded academic and extracurricular programming, address historical inequities in the school system, support students' physical and social emotional needs both in and out of the classroom, support our employees through a culture of well-being and respect, and engage families through a climate of customer service and respect, then Austin Independent School District will be the premier choice among educational institutions that prepare students for success before graduation and beyond. So I just wanted to include that, and I say I wanted to. It was really important for President Singh to ensure that you all know and that the community understands that value isn't getting lost, and that actually it can still very much be the driving force behind the work that y'all are doing.
Thank you. And I think it's not too far off from our original, our board vision or whatever. It's like Austin's choice for blah, blah, blah. So it's kind of, you know what I mean, et cetera. So I appreciate that. Okay, so I think, are we done? We're done. Okay. We'll celebrate with this Jolly Rancher. And thank you all. I know this is a lot. So we will now recess the open meeting at 10:51 p.m. and move to exec session pursuant to Texas Government Code sections 551.074, 551.072, 551.073, 551.087, 551.076, 551.0821, and 551.071. When we are finished with the exec session, we'll actually come out here to close up and officially end the meeting. But thank you all very much.